press the mic.
Where's the, this is the English?
This is Arabic. Number one is Arabic.
Arabic, English. Okay.
Yeah.
And here's Arabic, English.
To listen.
Yes.
Okay.
And here's,
Talking.
yeah, okay, Arabic, English. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this first innovation session. My name is Michael May. I'm from Germany. I'm from Siemens, where I'm heading the research activities on data analytics and AI, having a team which is in Munich, but also in Asia and in the US and several other places of the world. My topic for this first session is AI for digital twins. So you all know about AI. Most of you will know about digital twins. And what we see right now is a convergence of these two very important technologies. And what I want to do in the next couple of minutes is to explain to you how this comes about and how this brings together the physical and the real world. I need to switch. Sorry for that. I keep on talking for a minute. So Siemens is a company where you know it's for 150 years. It's firmly in the business of manufacturing, designing the physical world, electrification, and all these things. Now the next stage comes about. Where we bridge the gap between the physical and the virtual, the digital world, and there AI, of course, plays a center role. And what this exactly means and where Siemens is positioned, I will explain. So what you see here on this slide, this is a small, very small selection of the Siemens portfolio. So this is what we are producing. Lots of different physical things, from trains to turbines to medical equipment, some of them very cheap, some of them costing millions of euros. And so that is our physical world when I talk about the physical world. Now the digital world is coming up with digital twins, with virtual systems that mimic this really physical systems and improve their operation, also improve their design and help us to maintain them. This is done in all the Siemens areas, the digital industry, smart infrastructure, mobility, and Siemens Healthineer, which is a company by now on its own, but still part of the Siemens universe. Now, to shape this innovation, to bring about this convergence of analytics and digital twin, the virtual and the digital, Siemens has defined a number of so-called company core technology, which is 11 technologies where Siemens feels the technological future of the company really depends on them. And of course, One of them is data analytics and AI, and that's what I'm responsible for across the company in Siemens, running this company core technology as a big program across Siemens, where more than 200 projects on AI and data analytics every year are done. Another topic, simulation and digital twin, is led by a colleague of mine, and jointly we shape this area of digital twin and AI. Something which might be surprising for you, it's surprising for many people. How is Siemens positioned in the AI space? So many people don't know that Siemens actually is very strong for many years, and in terms of patent portfolio, number 11 worldwide across all sectors of a business, and number 1 in Europe. So it's overall 1,400 AI experts, so really expert, not just people that do a little bit with that, but really that have an advanced degree in that area, and research and innovation hubs in Europe, US, and Asia. And all these people, they think about, care about, they implement this convergence of the real and the digital world. So first, I want to explain a bit, with the help of an examples, what this is about more concretely, for what are the applications where AI and simulation really meet. So first of all, a little recapturing what is a digital twin. So it's a virtual representation. It's part of the virtual world of a physical object, so the physical world, like a factory in that case, or a turbine, or a medical piece of equipment. And it integrates what we know about this device, data, models, time series data, and other things. So we have a description of that digital twin. And then the crucial thing is it needs to be able to reproduce the behavior as closely as possible, the behavior of the system, to predict and optimize its performance. And traditionally, in the world of digital twins, simulation tools have been used a lot. Simulation tools where you feed in, let's say, differential equation that describe the behavior of the system. But nowadays, increasingly, and this is part of the big AI revolution, AI and machine learning greatly expand the things you can do with digital twins, going to areas where you're not able to predict exactly what is happening based on your physics knowledge, and other areas as well. And this is what I'm going to touch. To make it concrete, so this is one example, one of our projects where we work with the colleagues from Siemens Energy for many, many years actually, on gas turbine optimization. So this is Jebel Ali, the world's largest, I think, power plant, but also desalination plant. So it consumes a lot of energy to produce water, which then is used in the country. And of course, the target is to do that as energy efficient and with as little emissions as possible. And this is where AI, in this example, comes into the place. We're using, and I think we were one of the first company really using the technique of reinforcement learning, a very advanced machine learning technique, in a real industrial environment, which has really many constraints on security and so on. So what we're doing here, so you have a gas turbine, and the gas turbine produces lots of data from hundreds of sensors. These data are collected and give you an overview in form of time series what the system is doing. From that, we learn, and that's the digital twin part, we learn a representation with the help of neural networks. So that part is deep learning. We learn a representation that simulates the behavior of the turbine over time, given different set points, so different ways how you run the turbine. So when that is done, you have a kind of digital twin that mimics reality. And then the next part, and that's the so-called reinforcement learning, the AI learns how to set the parameters, the set points of the gas turbine in a way that minimizes, in that case, emission. So we get a NOx reduction by 15 to 20% by using this kind of AI-based system. This is running in not only in that here in this part of the world, but also in the US, in Asia, and it's something which you can do on any existing machine with the help of AI without installing big new hardware. And so this is the promise that digital twin and AI have. Use deep learning, use reinforcement learning, take a physical asset, learn about its behavior, improve its behavior so that it becomes more efficient and more environmentally friendly. Another example, I don't go into that here, it has been showcased at the Dubai Expo in the last years about energy efficiency for buildings. So same concept, you have a physical asset, you have data from that physical asset, you have learning algorithms, and you have the task to learn from the data, to simulate, and then to propose a control regime which saves in that energy. And so quite universal, you can apply that to many assets. And that's the promise that we have with digital twin and AI. Now, I come to the next topic. So it's very nice if you can do that, but you only can do that if you feed in the right kind of information. So it doesn't come from nothing. So you need to represent what's in your digital twin. You need to represent the factory. You need to represent the gas turbine. So the time series data, but also the layout and the geometry of the turbine. And this is a very important piece of technology that comes in here, which by now is used all over Siemens, called knowledge graph. It's one of the booming topics in AI, but it's not machine learning. So it's more knowledge, symbolic representation of domain knowledge in the form of so-called graphs. So what you see here on the picture. So here you see a very simple knowledge graph, which basically decomposes knowledge into very simple facts like Bob is responsible for a gas turbine, that gas turbine has an issue, and this is about corrosion. Also, Bob works with Alice, and Bob has the qualification of an electrician. So a very simple way of explaining things, and because it's so simple in its format, machines can kind of understand it, or they can use that knowledge and can make inferences on that. So the machine can reason who Bob is working with, what he's responsible for, and it can connect, for example, Bob and Alice in case Alice wants to know about a corrosion problem. So this is what knowledge graphs can do. They represent the domain, the gas turbine, the building, whatever. And this is extremely useful for design and diagnostic application because, I mean, Siemens has a lot of data, as you can imagine, on all sorts of things. And if you get that integrated and well connected, you can do lots of very powerful reasoning, which helps our engineers to become better in design and diagnostics. And that's what I'm going to show in a number of examples. But before going into that, there's also a catch, as always in life. So it's not that easy because the knowledge, at least at Siemens, but I can promise in other companies it's the same. The knowledge is not just there, nicely organized already in a knowledge graph so that you can use it. It's in very many different systems, SAP systems, Salesforce, Teamcenter, you name it. It's also in diagrams and documents, which sometimes are not even digitized. And of course, it's in the cut and point clouds, which describe geometry of the system. And all that knowledge we need to represent our assets, our factory, our turbine, our building. Without that, something is missing and not as powerful. But you have all that integrated, it becomes hugely powerful. And this is exactly where the knowledge graph as a technology helps, because that's the middle layer here. It unifies, in a way, the organization of knowledge. You put a layer over the other existing know-how so that it becomes easy to query and that it becomes organized over the whole company. And this is what we call a consistent semantic digital twin model. And once you have that, you're almost ready to go with your AI. But you have to get that, and that's not an easy thing. But knowledge graph, I think by now it's the standard technology, I would even say, to do that. What we did at Siemens is, in the way I described, is we set up a number of so-called ontologies. Ontology, that's a way of specifying what you know about a domain. So what means what, how things fit together, similar as you saw in this knowledge graph. And there we defined a different ontology, partly based on standards, external standards, partly our own, so that we can talk, or better, our systems can talk in a consistent and unified way about all the physical Siemens domains. And so this is the basis for building the actual digital twin in a graph database, for example. So that's then the IT technology, but this is the representation which you need for that. And now we see first products coming out based on that technology. I mean, I don't want to make a sales talk here, but just to give an illustration what you can do right now with that technology. So this is the so-called Asset Performance Suite, which is made available by our process automation unit, and which collects knowledge about assets, for example, plants, and make them available for other AI application, but also for users that want to use for them. So here we have a small video. It's about 1 minute, and it
Operational success for today
explains
and
the
the future
concept.
depends on the ability to easily connect, manage, and analyze multiple data sources distributed around the world. Using artificial intelligence, Siemens Asset Performance Suite is a powerful asset management and navigation tool, and at its heart is the data fabric, which enables seamless data access and semantic integration. By applying machine learning and the latest knowledge graph technology, plant asset information is automatically contextualized and displayed. With this powerful analytic engine, Siemens Asset Performance Suite provides a deeper insight into plant behavior, including plant issues, their context, and root causes, thus paving the way to autonomous asset management. Through this enhanced transparency, plant availability increases, providing further opportunities for proactive asset assessment, whilst optimizing asset management strategy. Asset Performance Suite is an open ecosystem. With open APIs, it works together with other tools and applications using Industry 4.0 standards, giving customers full control and flexibility. Siemens Asset Performance Suite, connecting your world with an intuitive, integrated, and data-driven solution.
So here you've seen an example, and this is just one. So in a similar way across the company, we have dozens of applications using knowledge graphs for internal purposes. Some applications where it is part of our products, made externally available, and then this is one which is really sold as a product. So it's a very powerful technology, but it's the first step for the digital twin. The next one where you can really leverage the power of knowledge is then what we call physics-aware AI, which has different dimensions, and which I will explain now. So this one here is about so-called physics-informed neural networks for design. So physics-informed neural networks, it's a great hype at the moment in the field of neural networks, where basically you want to infuse physical knowledge into the neural network itself. So if you know a little bit how they work, it technically is you have a loss function in a neural network, and you bring in physical equations, differential equations into that loss function, so that they twist your model towards being aligned with the laws of physics. And that's what we've been doing here. It's a great area for doing innovation and research, but also here the first useful results are now coming out and become a part of the Siemens portfolio. So this one here, this example, that's not a product. It's about modeling cabin comfort using physics-informed neural networks. Traditionally, you would do it using a simulation, which is based on your physics knowledge about that domain, which is somehow hard-coded in the physics textbook, and which you bring in here. The alternative way is to learn the physics from the data, but in a way that is already designed to meet the laws of physics. So that's the physics-aware part. And the result, if you do that properly, is that these so-called machine learning surrogate models, or twin models, if you want, they can work much faster than the simulation environment. So where they need a simulation maybe hours to train a neural network, after training can do inference on design variants in seconds or milliseconds. So you can do much more useful thing, and that will come back again in my presentation when we talk about the industrial metaverse, about which everybody is so excited. So from my point of view, this is a really important foundation foundation for making the metaverse real. But here it's about bringing machine learning into the design of physics problems, combining data and physical equation in the so-called loss function. So this is now getting not only here for automotive, but also in the area of energy, giving first results where we achieve solutions that could not have been achieved in any other way. That's one way of physics aware. There's a very different way where people don't talk about that much now, where I come back more on the logic side of things, on the knowledge graph. So this is using AI and constraint-based logic to configure systems. In this way, railway interlocking control systems. But it could be any technical system, any plant, whatever you have. If you have your knowledge graph and have represented everything you know about the domain in that knowledge graph, and then if you want to design a system, and here in that case a control system, you can ask the AI, and that's a part of logic-based inference, to configure a system that meets all your design expectations, all your hard constraints you have on the systems, your preferences on pricing and so on. So bring that together, and it finds configuration that meet that constraints and then help you a lot in actually building the system. This kind of technology is used by Siemens for many, many years actually for designing control systems in the area of mobility, and now increasingly also in other areas. So that's another very different way of using physical knowledge in a knowledge graph combined with AI, in this case learning and reasoning and logic-based representations to come up with a configuration in the design step or configuration step. A third one, somehow mixing the two things. This is an example from a Siemens factory in Vienna. It's a research prototype, so it's not a running system, productively running system. But here the task is to replace programming and explicit specification, how a robot should assemble some piece of equipment by a general description about the domain, again, knowledge graph, about what a system can do and about how it is done. So that's a case in AI called planning. So with that, the system is able to take the knowledge and to plan ahead a number of steps, which then leads to the assembly of a device. And that is what you see here. And especially in that AI system here, the question, does the machine all the necessary requirements and equipment to assemble a piece of work is solved using AI. So that's a different thing where the physical world and the digital world come together. So all in all, you see there are really tons of application where there is the AI which enhances the design, the operation or the planning step for products. And now we come almost to the end of my presentation, towards the industrial metaverse. Now, that is the big hype at the moment. Everybody trying to figure out what is it really about and how can I do something with it? Is it just a fancy visualization of things, or is it anything more? So I have to say, but I'm a bit biased, for me it's more the part before that. So it's not so much the visualization, but it's the modeling of the system using digital twin, using AI, and that which makes the next step. And some of you will know Siemens has announced a collaboration with NVIDIA using the Omniverse to enable a full design fidelity, photorealistic and real-time digital twin. So that's on the right side, this presentation. So that's a big step forward in visualization and also in the possibility to interact with a system in the virtual world. So this really brings the virtual world to the next level and makes it almost something like a real world. But to make that really useful, I mean, in the end, we are not just here for watching photorealistic videos of a factory, but we want to do something useful. And that useful part is delivered what I have shown before. It's delivered by, on the one side, the AI that solves some problem in a better way than could be done before, using reinforcement learning, using neural networks, using whatever tools you have available in AI, and then the knowledge graphs, which are needed to represent all that knowledge. I mean, it's one thing to have a fancy, nice-looking, photorealistic presentation. Another thing that this is also something useful for solving an actual real-world problem. And for that, you absolutely need that knowledge. And so this is for me then the industrial metaverse where things somehow come together. It's these three aspects of the industrial metaverse: visualize and interact for a photorealistic real-time digital twin. It's about knowledge graph, to know and understand and to teach the machines to understand the domain knowledge, and then predict and control, where physics-aware AI comes in, data-driven models for simulation and control. And certainly for Siemens, this is one of the most hot, I would say, and most exciting things where we're doing research. But also overall, you see on the quotation from Gartner, so it's seen as a top trend in AI currently, combining these so-called data-driven methods, deep learning and so on, and then expertise-driven methods, as Gartner calls it, such as knowledge graph and rule-based systems. And the combination of that gives you a power you would never have if you just use one of these technologies alone. With that, I thank for your attention, and I'm open for any question. Thank you very much.
Check, check.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Hello. What difference and what's the real impact that will come with designing my facility using a digital twin, which I called traditional digital twin, versus taking it in the future and putting it as part of a metaverse?
Yeah.
What's the real impact that will come with that?
Yep. I mean, the first edition, what I explained in the presentation, is using AI. So you go beyond traditional simulation by using AI, and you can apply it where you don't have a physical model available. This is in the case of the gas turbine. So you have, you know a lot about turbines, of course, from physics, but not enough to make a full simulation of the process. You need AI for that, to learn from data. That's number one. And I think from the metaverse, if you do this photorealistic visualization, if you can interact with that quickly, very quickly, so that you can, so you come to the stage, I'm here, we jointly design some factory, and while talking about that, we explore design variants interactively, and in the back, the AI comes with a different model. And because it can be so fast once it's trained, this is a complete new way of designing it. So this is one of the uses I see for the metaverse here. But metaverse, for me, it's always a metaverse which is based on sound AI and sound knowledge graph. So it's not just a world where you have nice visualization. That, I would say, is nice to see. It's good for a demo, good for a fair, but wouldn't maybe add so much value in my view.
What unique opportunities exist in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to embrace this technology, given the lack of legacy systems?
I mean, it's not about legacy systems, so it's also about building a new factory, building a new plant, building a new building. So it's even in a sense easier, because if you start from scratch, you can be sure that you have your knowledge already represented in a way that can be consumed by knowledge graph. Whereas if you have a brownfield plant, you first have to digitize everything from ground up. Data don't fit together, some information is missing. So greenfield would be, for me as an AI person, much nicer to do. To buildings, plants, I think if I look out of the window, everything physical I see there could be maybe done better in the future if we use these kind of tools for the design, for the operation. So, like in a if you have a building and want to control the HVAC, you can use this kind of technologies, and also maintenance planning.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Healthcare facilities are more of highly complicated factories, if you like. And the question is, are there any healthcare facilities in the globe that have applied this, the digital twinning, in improving processes of healthcare provision? And if not, how would you do that in a relatively green field?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, for the healthcare side, my colleagues from Siemens Healthineers would probably be the more qualified ones to answer. But in general, it's clear that in the healthcare domain, so starting with the asset like a CT scanner, but also if having a kind of digital twin of a person, if you do operations, there are plenty of applications where all that is relevant, and you have a good mix of know-how about the domain and then about data that you have to build those models. So it's a good area. And if you talk about hospitals, it's clear this is a complex building that needs to be controlled, and where all these technologies apply from the green field or from the brown field. How this would be done specifically, I would refer you to my colleagues from Siemens Healthineers. Okay, I think time is over, so thanks again also for the question, and I wish you a nice further innovation day here.
So we change crowds every time there's a change of speakers?
Yeah, usually there is people interested in some sessions and not the others. There is a lot of people waiting for you.
Are they?
Yeah,
Okay,
they
you
were
get that
just
out.
watching. We asked them to, but they said they are waiting for you.
Okay, that's good to know. I hope they're not all from Google because the idea is not to talk to them. Sorry. Of course.
May I? Good morning, everyone. How are you all? My name is Elie Tabshouri, and I look after the public sector cloud business at Google for the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. I'm here today to actually talk to you about AI, but to bring a bit of realism into AI and how we think about it. This is a fascinating topic. The venue here is fascinating, but realism is very important in order for us to understand the topic properly. I want to start with this mission statement. This is Google's mission statement. When our founders started the company in the late 90s and decided on this mission statement, they had in mind Google search for the most part. And I really can't think of a mission statement that has improved in relevance over time as much as this mission statement has. Little did they know 25 years ago that this would be even more powerful in 2022, and perhaps for the next 20 years as well. And the reason why it is so powerful is because we as humans, together with our machines, are producing an insane amount of data every day. It is estimated that by 2025, we're going to be producing 180 zettabytes of data annually. That's triple what we produced in 2020. Does anyone know what a zettabyte is? I didn't know the first time I saw this. And it's 1 trillion billion bytes. That's just a lot of data. Now, the issue with this amount of data is that very few organizations around the world claim that they're able to get any value from the data that they have and the data that they generate. So why is that? And how do we resolve this problem? We're at an AI conference, so everybody here is going to tell me AI. Of course, it's the obvious thing you do, the obvious application you do using data in order to harness it and make it useful. True, to a certain extent. The way I view AI is like colonizing planet Mars. We know as humans that one day we are going to colonize Mars. And the beauty about it is that we know sort of conceptually what it's going to take in terms of technology and applications in order to colonize it ultimately. But we are in the infancy of our efforts to get there. We're very, very early in the stages of thought leading to colonizing Mars. And this is the case as well with artificial intelligence. We talk a lot about artificial intelligence, but we are very, very early in the days of artificial intelligence. So let's go back to basics and ask the question, what is intelligence? Hi, Caleb. Intelligence is our ability to interact with our environment, make sense of what we see around us, imagine things, problem solve, memorize things, learn and teach others. Basic, very basic. And what is artificial intelligence? It's essentially making sure that machines are able to have the intelligence that we have as humans. Simple. But the most intelligent machine is not as intelligent as my 3-year-old daughter, because no matter how powerful today's computers are, they're still incapable of doing the multitude of things that we humans are capable of doing. My 3-year-old daughter is able to role play. She's able to teach me things that she's learned at the nursery. She's able to laugh. She's able to understand humor. Machines probably can do that, but they can't do all of them at the same time. So a 3-year-old is still vastly, vastly more intelligent than the most powerful machine today. However, machine learning is a concept that is a part of artificial intelligence where we have done a lot of great work as humans and where we're sort of advanced. And it's about taking a huge amount of data, training models to process these data, and spit out insights to machines or to humans, and either order actions or suggest actions or recommend things. So machine learning is really the area where we are making a lot of forays and that we can use today. Now, I'm lucky to be working at a company like Google, where we've done a lot of work in machine learning, and you see here a lot of our products that you use on a daily basis and take for granted. All of them make it great to just be surrounded by things that can process machine learning and use it effectively. The reason why I say we take it for granted is try to travel to Japan without Google Translate and see how difficult it could be. Beyond Google, we have sister companies under Alphabet, our parent company, that are using machine learning and to a certain extent beginning to explore artificial intelligence capabilities to do things that are really transformative and change some of the biggest challenges in the world. The first one I want to tell you about is Calico. I don't know if you've heard of it, but this is a company under Alphabet that is solving the mini problem of aging. Imagine all of us being able to celebrate our 200th birthday one day. It's going to come. Because the way aging happens is some of our organs in our body just decay over time and they get old and they become dysfunctional. So if you can actually get to the bottom of this and start resolving this problem of parts in the body, we can prolong life very significantly. You might also have heard of DeepMind. DeepMind is one of the leading artificial intelligence/machine learning companies in the world, and AlphaGo is a challenge that they've done in 2015 where a machine actually learned the game Go and beat the world Go champion at the discipline very convincingly, and that was a huge breakthrough then. AlphaFold also is a announcement on a project that DeepMind made, I think, a year ago or a couple of years ago, which addressed the problem of protein folding. I can explain to you a little bit what protein folding is, but I think it would be wiser for me not to foray into this because I'm not very technically savvy in the space of biotechnology. So maybe a video would explain it better. So let's play it for you. One more click. Okay.
Inside every cell of your body, billions of tiny machines are hard at work. They carry oxygen in your blood, let your eyes detect light, and even make your muscles move. These machines are proteins, and they underpin every biological process in every living thing. Each protein has an intricate 3D shape that defines what it does and how it works. We know of over 200 million proteins and counting, but we only know the exact 3D shapes of a fraction of these. Unravel a protein, and you'll see it's like a string of beads made up of 20 different types of amino acids. Interactions between these amino acids make the protein fold, as it finds its shape out of almost limitless possibilities. For decades, a community of scientists have been working on a way to figure out a protein shape just from its string of amino acids. This is a major challenge in our understanding of biology. So we created an AI system to solve this problem called AlphaFold. It's trained on the sequences and structures of about 100,000 proteins, painstakingly mapped out by scientists around the world. Today, it can accurately predict a protein shape just from its sequence of amino acids. AlphaFold's predictions could enable progress in all sorts of areas. Imagine a future where we can understand diseases more quickly and develop drugs to fight them, or one where we could use enzymes to break down plastic waste, or even to capture carbon from the atmosphere, all with the help of proteins. There's a lot more work to be done, but unlocking the shapes of these building blocks could help scientists better understand the natural world, and perhaps expand our knowledge of life itself.
This is fantastic. Imagine the power of such technologies in resolving disease problems around the world and predicting them and eradicating them completely. Verily is another healthcare company under Alphabet, which does precision healthcare. I don't know if you've heard the term, but precision healthcare is about providing healthcare that is suitable for every individual based on their case and their body. And what they do is they actually collect a huge number of data from not just the body, so they collect patient data from the body, but they do also collect clinical data, and they collect things like financial data of an individual that can cause stress and, as a result, health problems. So they collect millions of signals on every individual, and they try to predict what sort of healthcare problems they might have, and they provide them with the remedy for it. Here also, I have a nice video to show you about Verily.
The way I think about Verily's highest purpose is thinking about precision and thinking about precision health. Whether it's molecular, whether it's a device, we have the precision in our tools to understand more about a given individual or a community.
Precision healthcare, precision medicine speaks to a way to get data about you as an individual and then use that to make the best decisions for your care.
How do we keep people who say, maybe have a touch of high blood pressure, maybe have some diabetes, maybe they have occasional depression. How do we work with them in their daily lives to be able to manage those conditions better?
We're learning how to treat specific individuals because everybody is different. It's this amazing virtuous cycle of learning more, building better tools, which allow us to learn even more, which allow us to build even better tools.
We're not a single product engine. We have these mutually reinforcing products. So the ability to really change health requires those pieces to come together.
It's not just the clinical aspect of someone that affect a person's health. Our products take into account personalization, take into account the clinical, chronic care that person needs, but also social determinants of health and also equity and inclusion.
There are ways that we can combine products and tools and services across the physical, digital, human interactions to really nail meeting you where you are. It takes into account the motivations, my expectations, perceiving and anticipating what I need. It helps break down barriers in me receiving the care that I need.
If you are really thinking about disrupting and changing the way that care is delivered in an area where you're going to move to proactive and predictive efforts in medicine, then you really need an entirely different toolkit to do that work.
What I want people to know about Verily is that we're able to apply cutting-edge technology with rigorous clinical science to allow us to improve health outcomes in ways that were not previously possible.
Wow. And then I'm sure you've all heard of Waymo, our self-driving cars, which are already operational in many places, by the way, in the States, and soon, hopefully, outside the States. I'm not going to play you a video there. I think everybody would know what Waymo is, so I'll skip that. And I'll go straight to saying this. All of these technologies, all of them, without any exception, rely on technologies similar to technologies that are provided to everybody by Google Cloud. Whether it's ML, whether it's AI, smart analytics, all the range. They all use those technologies. And what is more interesting is that at Google, Google provides the same cloud technology it uses to develop its own products and services to everybody else in the world. So every organization, whether it's public sector, private sector, in retail, in healthcare, in financial services, whatever it is, everybody has access to this technology. Okay, great. So if everybody has access to this technology, so then problem solved, right? Because you combine cloud technology, cutting-edge technology, with capabilities in machine learning, and you should be able to innovate. This is, we're talking about innovation here. We should be able to innovate. The reality, though, is that that's not true. We're not managing to do this. And the question begs itself, why are most companies today failing? And when I say most, it's not 51%. We're talking about north of 95% of AI and ML projects everywhere in the world fail. And the reason why they fail is because when we talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning, we imagine flying drones, we imagine self-driving cars, which are all fantastic moonshots. But we forget three fundamental qualities that determine, to a great extent, whether going on a journey into ML and machine learning and artificial intelligence is going to succeed or not. And these fundamental qualities start with data quality. Garbage in, garbage out. We've all heard that. But sometimes we put garbage in and we get quality output, right? That's the basic point of recycling. So capturing the data from the proper data sources is important, but it's not enough. The selection of the data after it's captured is very important, because some sources of data will prove to be not good, some others will prove to be better, and proper analysis has to be done there. And the third thing is cleanliness of the data. Impurities of the data, they can destroy machine learning models completely. And you would be stunned what we see as Google Cloud when we interact with organizations externally. The vast majority of organizations do not pay attention as much as they should to data quality. And that is a make it or break it in machine learning. The second part is talent quality. Back in March 2022, there was an article in Business Insider which talked extensively, I encourage you all to read it, which talked extensively about a global ongoing shortage in talent when it comes to machine learning and artificial intelligence. We simply do not have enough technical people that know this field. And that's why, by the way, in a couple of days, you're going to see a big announcement by Sadaya and Google around this point to train a lot of people. I don't want to ruin the announcement now, so I'm not going to tell you more about this. But this is a global problem, industry-wide, that touches everybody. In case you want to guide your children to do one thing in life, this is one of them. You know, study this kind of field. The demand is just insane now, and it's going to remain insane, and the shortage is just incredible when it comes to talent quality. And last but not least, leadership quality. I bet you there is not a single proper CEO in Saudi Arabia, in the region, or in the world that does not have an element of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, or machine learning in their organization's strategy. Everyone has it. And CEOs are chief communicators. CEOs, there are studies that show that CEOs spend 85% of their time communicating. So they're very good at doing what? They're very good at understanding the definitional meaning of things and talking about them. And everyone is doing that. Every CEO understands the concept of AI and ML, and they communicate about them, and they put them in strategies, and they're very good at articulating what they want to do with them. But this is no longer enough. And that's where we talk about leadership quality. Because real leadership quality nowadays should not stop at just understanding the high-level definitional concept of AI and ML. It should have an angle of technical understanding as well, in order for the tone from the top to be correct, and in order for the right actions to be taken in every organization. I'm willing to bet, there are no studies on this, I'm willing to bet that the vast majority of CEOs do not have enough technical understanding of what this field is about in order to drive it properly in their organizations. And this is a journey, and we understand this at Google Cloud. We interact with partners and customers everywhere in the world, and we understand that this is not something you do with a, a switch of a button, or it's not easy. And so there's a fundamental problem with the term digital transformation, because transformation as a word suggests moving from state A to state B, and kind of stopping. It's a transformation from one form to another. And it's the wrong term, because as long as technology is evolving, technology needs to keep on evolving, and the effort needs to continue. And that's why evolution over time is probably the right word, and not transformation. And that's why at Google Cloud, when we embark on a journey with a customer to do anything, but particularly when we're doing ML and AI work, we don't just offer our technology. We understand the shortages in data quality, in talent quality, and in leadership quality. And that's why we always, most of the time, I won't say always, most of the time, offer people, engineers, technical people, program managers, to support our partners and customers in delivering what they need to deliver, because we understand that the technology is not the problem. The technology is out there. And the real impact has to be made by addressing these fundamental qualities. And we pay a lot of attention to those. And it works. We have great success stories all over the world in every field when it comes to making sure that AI and ML projects actually work, get implemented, and show the right results. I will stop here. That was, I hope, something that inspires people here to go back to the basics, transform the fundamentals, so that you can fundamentally transform your organizations. I still have 5 minutes. In case you want to ask questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
It was a very good presentation, and I can't agree with you more about the need for transformational leadership to address the data and talent issues. However, I was a bit concerned about something in your presentation, which was the commingling of financial data and personal healthcare information. I'd love to get Google's perspective on data privacy and data stewardship in terms of, is that the state's data? Is that the individual's data? Is that the company's data? Who owns the data, and how does that differ here, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Okay, very, very good question. What's your name, sir?
Robert Webb.
Robert, nice to meet you, Robert. This is a great question. I'm not sure how Verily does it. Verily is not a Google company, it's an Alphabet company. I really can't speak on their behalf, but I can tell you how Google thinks about personal data. When we treat personal data, we treat it with two principles that are universal and never ever breached. There's no compromise on those. First, data that we collect is collected with consent from every user, always. And when it is collected with the proper consent, we make sure that it's never personally identifiable. We club data together, we run them into our machines, and our machines group them into user categories and give us insights on things that are never about a certain individual themselves. It's always about groups of individuals, and nobody has access to personally identifiable information at Google, no matter who they are, no matter at what level they are. Okay? Now, number two, the number two principle behind all of this is that this is an evolving conversation, always, about privacy. And I think that Google is actually moving very strongly towards even eliminating a lot of the past legacy ways in which data used to be collected. I'm not sure if you follow our news a lot. However, a couple of years ago, we announced, for example, that we would eliminate the use of cookies completely from our products and services. And as a result, we're using AI and ML now to predict behaviors, and as a result, for example, in advertising, target users using these technologies instead of having them done cookie-based wise. So we are at the forefront of this conversation always. While we maintain the basics and are fully compliant with terms of service, i.e. no personally identifiable information ever, and consent always at every step of the way, we're also at the forefront of the conversation when it comes to privacy, always. I hope I answered your question. Yes, please.
When should I determine that in order to solve my problem, I need to use AI, or should I go with a regular approach? When to use AI?
Wow, that's a huge question. I don't think that the term use AI is the right one. If you followed the presentation closely, I think the starting point is machine learning on problems. And I think generally speaking, when you have a problem that a lot of coders, a lot of programmers aren't able to resolve by just coding and formulating solutions, you probably need AI. When the amount of data is huge and the outcome is known, then you can process this data into the machine learning models and get an outcome. You're resolving towards something. Now, the question really should be about when humans get to the limit of their ability to process things in a reasonable amount of time and deliver an outcome, that's where machines need to come into it. And machine learning is just no different. It's just a field of analysis and smart analytics that is just advanced. Yeah, but then every individual problem has its circumstances, and I would say it's hard to answer it in abstract, but in general, this is where you think of applying machine learning. Questions? Maybe one more? Yeah.
Also for me, thank you for a very good presentation. My name is Jørn Andersen. I'm from the Danish Embassy Trade Commissioner. Transhumanism has been big on the agenda for...
What's that, sorry?
Transhumanism,
yeah.
AI and the build of artificial intelligence into humans and so on. Even the Pope had a symposium about it in Rome some months ago. When do you think we will see the first transhumanist or transhuman people enter the workforce?
It's a big ethical question. The answer to it is, if I knew, I probably would be in Silicon Valley now, having a huge startup and changing the face of the earth, because that's a big question. That being said, I don't think we're too far from it. And when you talk about transhumans, we're talking about an amalgamation of both physical and intelligence abilities. And I think that if you're talking about the physical aspect of it, robotics is already there. And the integration of robotic elements into human bodies are already here. I think that the integration of minds between machines and humans is still far out, but it's a big ethical question that needs to be resolved first, I think, before we foray into this. And that's why, again, here, Google is partnering with a lot of leading technology companies in the world to make sure we develop the ethics behind all of this subject, because it is a subject that, as per the intro, by the way, today in the Global AI Summit, artificial intelligence is something that Google believes needs to be put to the benefit of humans and never against them, never for harm, never for evil. And I think that this conversation is very pertinent, but it's one that's still in progress. And I think before we reach a point whereby we can get to transhuman eras, or era, we're not there yet. And I fear that we need more time to think about how this is going to look like before we foray into it, although the technology is close to being there. Thank you all.
And I start when? So, hello everyone. The topics I will cover today is AI for education. In the main session that was mentioned, that education is a big challenge and AI can probably provide some answer. I'm CEO of EvidenceB, and we are providing solutions to help K-12 students to better master their notions through AI. So this is an old cartoon, but it's a way to show there is a need for personalization in education, to adapt education for the need of every student. So the selection was climb to the trees, and obviously it's not the same for all those animals to do the exam. So there is a need to teach to everyone. Some figures regarding education system. So first of all, it's one of the biggest investment for nearly all government. Education is increasing in the investment, and there is nearly a massive education success all over the world. Despite the COVID stopped all education system for 2 years, and we have this struggling situation of massive education without personalization. I bring 2 figures here from UNESCO. 60% of the students doesn't master literacy and numeracy all over the world, so we still have challenges in K-12 education. And I show another number coming from PISA studies. Education systems are measured, their effectiveness are measured through international studies like the PISA, and at the latest PISA studies, the question was asked to compare 2/5 and 1.5. And 75% of the students thought that 2/5 was bigger than 1.5, which is wrong. And this number is coming also from Finland, Singapore, all countries performing well or not in the PIDA. So there is challenge in a cognitive approach. How, in basic knowledge, sense of proportion, can we teach the student? So I mentioned those big studies. There are several of them trying to measure the efficacy of education system and how we can improve that. This trend is evidence-based education, that's the brand of the company, Evidence-B, and I have to follow this kind of steps that new science bring to education. There is two main pillars we are working on. So cognitive approach, how the brain learns. All education is in the brain, but it's a black box. It's just 30 years, it's 5,000 years that we have education system. It's just 13 years that we start to understand how it works, how the sense of numbers, the sense of verb work in the brain. And AI is behind. How can AI empower and do personalization? There is a good and bad path through education with AI. Those cartoons show two examples that are not necessarily the best. The question is to put AI for education and not education for AI. If you do education for AI, you will drive tests that are designed by the AI, and you try to have the student answer for the test. The test measure the comprehension, not the reverse. Same, we usually have this competition in AI between human and robots. And in this one, it was a China company saying, okay, they took the best teacher and the best AI, and the AI won. But that's not the way AI works in education. AI in education, it's made for the teacher, to empower the teacher, not to replace them. And so there is a big project in Europe and France, AI for Humanity, that was the main trend this morning in the keynote speak. AI is for humanity. In education, it's for the teacher. So we are providing module of exercise with AI that will allocate the exercise the best way they can for the student to succeed. We have a project in Singapore on sense of fraction in a gifted school of the government. Singapore is one of the best education system. We have done with Pearson, and in France with the Ministry of Education, we won several tenders in math. And what we do, it's basically exercise, massive exercise designed by cognitive approach, and there is AI that will allocate the appropriate exercise to unlock the student. This is the student part. And then there is dashboard. Dashboard is a key feature when you have a solution in education. Dashboards are made for teacher, for allow teacher to understand where the students are locked, how they progress, and I will elaborate on maybe two AI we are using. So these are some examples. Coming from the brain research, for example, the bicycle, it's exercise regarding fraction and proportion. The brain research have shown that the number and the space are related in the brain and should work together. Working with the number line, it's a key aspect to reinforce the understanding of the student. I just comment quickly these figures. It's coming from INRIA. INRIA, it's the biggest AI center for France, and we have made this algorithm with them. It's reinforcement learning in the category of AI, and it's multi-arm bandits, the kind of algorithm we use in that case. It's a comparison between a student, a teacher with student, and an algorithm helping the teacher for the student. Red are easy exercise. Dark blue are challenging exercise, difficult exercise. When the teachers start, like the AI, they start with easy exercise, the red one, and they move little by little to orange, yellow, green. But what you see, it's the teacher at a certain point will stop red exercise, and at another point, he will never go to blue exercise. The AI just works like machine, and until the student doesn't master the notion, he will keep pushing red exercise. And some students that are progressing well, they will have dark blue exercise. And this is two cases of dropout student. Those that doesn't master the notion, in a certain way, in 2 weeks or 2 years, they will have this gap. So that's a good way with this AI to help the teacher broaden his support for every student and not only the middle of the class. So I will go quick, but usually the AI we had in education, there was big company in US, in China, Newton, Squirrel AI. They work with knowledge trees, a fixed view of the knowledge, and you pass the branch after branch. What we have seen, it's this fixed knowledge tree is not working that that well. Every country has its own curriculum. Science, epistemology is completely progressing always. So it's not a fixed knowledge trees. And the AI we are using within RIA, it's based on the code name is ZPD, Proximal Development Zone. The fact that there is a zone of activity that will be appropriate for this student, and little by little, this zone will move, providing several kinds of exercise, several kinds of difficulties, in order to best help the student to master the notion at his own speed. Proximal development zone means you need to have a challenging exercise to succeed, but not too challenging because you will be discouraged, and not too easy because it will be the same. So just to follow, and every student will have his own path. There is no one unique. So this is technical. We have a graph behind that we design with that, and so those are the dashboard. That reflect what those AI bring to the teacher, progress of the student and where they are locked. The second algorithm we use, so this is the progression, and this is if you want to see deeply where the student is locked. And this is my last algorithm that I will comment. This is clustering. So we are all familiar with cluster thanks to COVID, but it's not the COVID cluster that we use here. It's just the idea that in a classroom, some students have the same way to learn. And we have with this AI, bringing for the teacher some view of how is classroom, it could be 40, we have progress in Egypt where there are 80 students, how this cluster works and how we can teach to 5 groups that have different aspects. For example, we can measure that some students are going very quickly to progress in the exercise, but they don't activate the lesson, they don't read, they answer too quickly, so they have not read the question. So all those kind of information will also come back for the teacher to help him to better support the student. So, and to finish this presentation, it's a big trend. So COVID have stopped the schools. School have using IT with computer and bandwidth. And the fact that most of the digital education was just putting digital earlier resources, but with a digital textbook or digital content, it doesn't make education. You have also the video, but to have classroom with video, it's not that much the same and very efficient. So the big trends now, it's this adaptive learning. It's called adaptive learning. The fact with technology, you can adapt, allocate the right path to help every student to succeed thanks to AI. So that was about what I wanted to share with you, and I don't know if my time is over, not at all. So if there is space for questions, I'm happy to answer the question that you may have. Yeah.
From my personal experience of learning, there is a great benefit of like treating, well, we had a teacher in university who treated group as a whole and was able to leverage this, say, to channel some complex topics through very good students who happen to be better in explaining some complex topics to those who didn't understand them. So what do you think about this, like treating a class as a whole and collective that helps each other?
Okay, great question. So yeah, I am modest regarding AI in education. It's not a miracle, and it won't replace any kind of pedagogy. And of course you are right. Most of education is done collectively when students work together, talk together. So this aspect is a major one. What we tackle with this kind of solution, it's part of education when they have some challenges with one notion and they can improve in that one. To go, and at the beginning, you were right, personalized learning through adaptive learning was very personal. Every student has his own set of exercise, and you don't benefit this collaboration question that you ask, if I may understand well what you have said. We just won a tender in France for the 15-year-old student in maths and literacy, and we develop, we call it Duo mode, a capacity in that kind of software of a student to work together. They select a friend, or the teacher can select, and to help them to work together, to see how they progress, to ask them some questions. So there is a first extension where the dimension you ask. Another one, it's I didn't mention NLP. NLP, it's quite familiar in AI, and so the ability for students, while they are doing the exercise, to ask questions to their teacher, to their colleagues, friends. So those are some way to, I would say, empower and enrich this kind of software. But my main answer is software is not the only solution. You can play Lego, you can do things with real objects, and so it's part of the solution. It will never be the complete solution. I don't know if I answer correctly. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, excellent presentation. Thank you so much. One of the things that you just ended with, I imagine to be a very difficult challenge, and that is, as it is just one element of many solutions that a teacher may use in the classroom. Here you have a product that is leading the conversation around the acquisition of certain skills. How are you finding working with teachers and helping them to integrate a new product such as this into the regular teaching and learning methods? Like, how does that work for you?
Okay, great question. So, 2 steps for the answer. First of all, usually when you speak about technology in education, and even more when AI with education, all education system came and said, okay, we need teacher training. The teachers are not trained, we need expansion. Actually, I don't exactly believe this. When you build a company, when you do product, you don't want your customer to change to go to your product. You want your product to fit the needs of your customer. And so my approach is more, how can I really help the teacher the way they teach, the way they are, the knowledge they have, and they are very skilled, the teachers, great profession. So first part of the question, what we do, it's exercise. Okay? And many teachers are using exercise activities. School books are full of exercise. They have a pedagogical freedom to use those exercises. They can use them before the lesson. They say, okay, go do this exercise before the lesson that I will deliver next week. They can do it during the lesson, all together. Some kids that are in advance, some ones that are locked, some of the cluster that are different kind of activities. So it could be also after the lesson. You have listened to the lesson, and after you have to do some exercise. So it will fit, I would say, the way teachers used to deliver the content. No big difference. That's the first thing that we try to do. The second thing, and I mentioned quickly this dashboard. The key feature, we have developed those dashboards with UCL, University College of London, with Professor Ros Lekin. They are in AI education quite well informed. And what they tell us, okay, when you do this dashboard, please do dashboard of small cars, not of Boeing. It should be a small dashboard with just the key information. You saw the progression I mentioned, and some red dot and green dot. The red dot, it's when a student is struggling somewhere. So just focus where we can help some student instead of correctly massively exercise, because it's a workload for teacher to do the correction. So we elite this workload for the teacher. We just point what is challenging for them. So this is first part of this dashboard. The second part, it's what you mentioned. We have, and it's part of the answer that I said precedingly, we have this kind of adaptive exercise, but there is many other things. So in the dashboard, and when we work with government and even with publisher, we provide some hint for the teacher. Okay, for this one, for this cluster, the better for those group of students, it's to go out of the computer and do something else. And it could be, so this way, it's like a map for the teacher to help him to navigate. And we are speaking about Madrasati. There is many content there. In Madrasati, you can design, okay, for this one, go back to the lesson or go to this part of the topic. So I don't know if it's covered your question.
Oh, you did. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one question over there.
Thank you, sir. I was late. I did not attend the whole presentation.
I'll start again, okay.
But my question is about the exercise. So AI is, I know it's the future and it's very affecting our life, but for the kids, so they will do more classing in online instead of offline. So Is it affecting their exercise, their their movement in the class, the presentation, and their like speech?
Okay, so as I mentioned, it's one tool among others. And in a way, we don't provide lessons, it's just exercise. So it could be, when you have COVID time, it could be a very useful tool for doing quite a lot of lessons through this kind of tool. But if you have normal classroom with the kids working together, it could be just at certain time when it would be appropriate. So there is not in this kind of solution the need to take 90% of the learning time. The other topics I cover, it's AI in itself for education, it's not enough to be powerful. It's for helping the teacher, and in the software we are developing, it's come from the brain research, okay? And the brain research, it's quite new. So they work for people that have broken something in the brain at the beginning, and they have the syntaxes and not anymore the vocabulary, and that's why they know better how you learn language. They know about sense of numbers. So there is some area that are covering, and it's because we do the match between those new knowledge and the AI that some of those modules are very relevant and better than what have been done precedingly. But it will cover, we think there is 5 domains, and partly that we can cover with kind of module. So math, first language, second language, science, and history, geography. So, but in those fields, it's only some parts that we will cover. So I don't know if I answer your question, but it's just partly will be used. But maybe it's more related to data, your question, or it's okay? Yes, a question over there. I don't know if...
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. What is the opportunity of using NLP in such a product, and what sort of case studies that you had it was very successful? And the other question is, I guess to some extent the exercises, and this is my assumption, that the exercises were actually created by the teachers. So inheritably, if there was any bias or inaccuracy in measuring the cognitive skills of the students, it will be inevitably reflected in the...
Sure.
And this is, I mean, it's inevitable, I guess, but
okay.
these couple of questions.
Okay,
yes,
so first one regarding NLP. So there is, in AI, there is many kind of algorithm. So the 2 major that I use, it's reinforcement, it's machine learning, reinforcement learning, and unsupervised approach with the clustering. So I didn't show some NLP. The NLP that we are providing now in the tool, NLP, it's, you recognize what the words are written or said by the student. The way we use it, it's to better capture where is the student. Is he locked? Does the machine have understood well what the problem he faces? So we start with little part of NLP to better understand what is the student problem. So that's what we are developing. But some companies are developing NLP to learn language, so there is huge progress in NLP in everywhere. So partly we use it, and we will progress on that. Regarding the second question, the bias, and we mentioned that this morning, who are creating those exercises? I just mentioned that in the previous question. When we develop a module, in fact, it's based on this brain research. So we are all different, but human brain, it's a human brain. So sense of proportion in the human brain, it's the same in your brain, in the Singapore brain, in the Finland brain. So we have a kind of universal approach, and that's why we design this way those modules. Then when we design a module, the cognitivists say, okay, this kind of exercise will help to unlock or to progress. And so we design the gameplay specifically researcher by researcher for every module. So every gameplay are unique. And I used to say this is curriculum agnostic. This is the way brain works, and then it will fit the demand of the curriculum of every country. So we eliminate quite a lot of bias that would come from cultural activity and that. So I don't know if it's an answer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. So this is kind of a big one that you could probably write several PhDs on, but how do you...
So, take the scene.
Perfect, perfect. You've touched on elements of this, but how do you make sure as you introduce these types of systems into the classroom that you're not turning teachers basically into data collection kind of servants, basically, and actually enable them to continue teaching in a way that's meaningful, not just, obviously with individual attention, but through collaborative activities, things like that. Because so much of what I've seen in the introduction of, let's call it, the first attempt at individualized education, force teachers to become data collection devices and no longer be teachers.
Okay, great question. So, there is once again, two parts of the question. As I answered to the gentleman over there, I don't pretend this solves everything and you have only to do that. And teachers have very various diversity of tools that they can use, and they are the master to do that. We put a hint where we have some new knowledge. Through the dashboard, if we can elaborate some paths for them to navigate through other tools and resources they have based on what we have observed. So just starting that. Then data collection. In fact, the way we approach the question, it was more the reverse. Actually, when you make an inquiry of the life of a teacher, of the week of a teacher, and you ask them where they spend their time, so they will say, okay, I meet the parents, I give lesson, I take research to build my lesson, I evaluate my student and mark the copy. And when you ask them, what I prefer to do as a teacher, and what I'd like less to do, what they prefer to do, it's to grab information to prepare the lesson, to go on the net and find some new resources to build the best lesson. And what they like the less, really the less, it's to correct the copy. So it's not a question of data collection at this time. It's a question of spending time doing 1,000 exercises that you correct. So that's a workload which we are trying to simplify for the teacher. Regarding the kind of AI we use, in fact, that have been trained already by 6-7 years of research within RIA. So in fact, it's not that much data that are, in itself, it already works. And we have even put AI in the browser to be able to work without internet connection. So it's not necessary. But having said that, of course, and the cognitivists with whom we work, they are very interested by knowing the algorithm will allocate the right exercise to unlock a student. And sometimes the algorithm provides some exercise, and we can see that some exercises have been much more effective than the other one. So that's the machine learning part. And so we improve with those data effectively. But in a way, it's, and we bring that back to the cognitivists. So they are very interested to know how the algorithm navigates through the exercise. Anyway, those kind of tools are really, the data they collect are not the one, we share them with the teacher because they can see it in the dashboard. It's not the way that it's not the center part of it. The center part of it is for them not to have data collected by someone else, but to help them understand the 30, 50 kids they have. When you teach something, sometimes it's difficult to understand. You can repeat, you change the way you explain it, but you're not sure. You unlock the student. So that's the way we help the teacher to help him to understand better every student. So in fact, they are not a machine at all. They are the key of this kind of adaptive module. So I have 4 minutes for one question, maybe. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The last question maybe lead us to thinking about the privacy and the legal of use the data of kids or children in the school or everywhere. I think we need to encourage and raise the issue of policies and regulations of application of AI, even education or in other systems. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so that's a major question, but that's not that a major issue for us. For the algorithm to work in our system, everything it's become anonymous. The company doesn't need to know which student have done what and all that. We need to know if you succeed here, you should go there. If you fail that, that is efficient. And then there is usually the government now have the identity, and we have the single sign-on system for the student to have his name when he connects. But in our system, there is just nothing to do with private data that we will collect. But that's a part of the answer. Surely there is many other questions, but mainly this is the way. And we are working for French government, and GDPR is very strong. We are the elite company for GDPR. We have been the tested company for how clean we were with the data. So we are working very seriously to continuously improve, to check where are the bias that can come also for anonymization, because there is many questions behind that, but that's a serious question. So they tell me that I am over, but I am still here for the 2 or 3 days. So if you want to have other questions, I would be pleased to share answer or discussion with you. Thanks for your attention. Bon, bah merci d'avoir pu...
So let me know. Great, perfect. So thank you everybody for coming to see my talk on longevity. What's the problem? And made. Nobody. Okay, so how many of you know how drugs are discovered? Well, how medicines, regular medicines that you buy in a pharmacy, how scientists discover them? Nobody. Okay, so that's going to be pretty educational for everybody, because we're going to talk about many subjects that are dear to my heart and probably to your heart as well. That is longevity and drug discovery, so pharmaceutical industry. And also, well, think about how to build the pharmaceutical industry here in Saudi. Because, there is not a single drug that I know of that has been ever discovered and developed in Saudi for the world. And there are actually very, very few countries that can claim that they have discovered a therapeutic and put it out for everybody to consume and live longer. However, AI can really help you do that in an expedited way because many areas of drug discovery can be accelerated. But at the end of the day, nowadays, we are focused very much on treating diseases and instead of thinking about how to fundamentally extend human life. And today, what I'm going to talk about is how to do both. Look at how to discover therapeutics that are effective against disease and also in the most credible way extend healthy, productive longevity for all people on the planet and possibly kickstart the pharmaceutical industry here in Saudi. I will have a lot of slides, so if you feel slide sick, please forgive me. And I might not have enough time for questions, so that's why my contact information is on this slide. Since I also run in silico medicine, I need to make those disclaimers, no forward-looking statements, not an investment advice. And also, I must say that I started my career in IT originally. So about 20 years ago, I was in semiconductor business. I was managing a semiconductor business unit that was focused primarily on GPU. Those are the semiconductors that are powering deep neural networks today. But once I made a little bit of money, I realized in my early 20s that the most important asset that you have is not the money, is the time. And currently, you can make money by spending time, but it's almost impossible to make time by spending money. How do we reverse that? And I decided to dedicate the rest of my life to studying aging and figuring out how to make people live longer. So I don't own pretty much any material assets. I don't own a home. Everything that I do is dedicated to longevity research. And I try to support as many projects in this area as possible. So for the past 18 years, I've been educating myself and the others on how to get into longevity research in the most productive way. And actually, everybody here in this room can contribute to the movement in one way or another. And many of you are extremely intelligent people, so you will be able to learn and hopefully contribute to this industry. So why longevity? So it's actually very often misperceived as being a very egoistic initiative. So why do you want to live longer, right? Oh, why are you so snobby that you want to live longer? Well, today I'm going to talk about the fundamental problem of nature. And the fundamental problem of nature is that you grow, you reproduce, you compete, you reach your peak, and after that you gradually decline and die. And death is inevitable. Regardless of what we do in longevity, it will catch up with you one day or another. But I would rather die a very old man in a young body than continuously lose and decline. And unfortunately, there is very few things that we can do today, and actually in the near future, if we try going after prevention, ultra optimization, so diet, exercise, sleep, you deprive yourself of every human pleasure, and also go on drugs for prevention. Yes, you might marginally extend your life, you might extend the quality of life, but you will still die. But the question is, can we have a dream for a second where we continuously improve? So we don't stop. We will die, but imagine that you can go on a path of continuous improvement with an age without losing and maybe even gain. Great dream. So that's what I really would like to achieve one day. One day our species will be there. Maybe it's not going to be us, but it's a great dream to contribute to. And also I wanted to say that extending productive longevity is likely to be the most altruistic and impactful cause anyone can pursue. Why? There is actually a term in healthcare economics called QALY, quality adjusted life years. That's a year of life in the optimal state of health. So very often we try to quantify pretty much everything in QALYs. So you do some action and you look at how many QALYs you can gain from that action. So a good surgeon, a great surgeon, during their career may generate maybe 20,000 quality adjusted life years by quote unquote saving lives. So you extend life of a person by delaying their time of death. So if you come up with a drug that everybody can take and it extends the life of every person on the planet by 1 year, you generate 8 billion QALYs. So if somebody up there is counting, that's a big contribution to mankind you can make if you create 8 billion QALYs. There are drugs that are currently in clinical trials and are actually marketed drugs that have the potential to add 3, 4, 5 years of life to everybody on the planet already today. We just don't know whether they work on humans or not. Clinical trials are on the way. And you can discover therapeutics that actually have dual purpose. They target disease and aging at the same time and might give you 2 or 3 or 4 QALYs. And that's billions of life years over time that you can contribute to the society. So if you want to be fundamentally good, extending life by just 1 year for everybody on the planet, that will make you, really altruistic. So that's why I'm extremely, extremely excited that Saudi Arabia and His Royal Highness MBS prioritized longevity as a national priority. So you cannot imagine how happy I was to see those news, because you're probably the only country that managed to actually prioritize it openly, because it's actually fundamentally good for everybody. I wrote a Forbes piece on that, so if you're interested in how longevity contributes to you being an altruistic person, you can read this article. Also, when we are thinking about complete elimination of individual diseases, we very often misunderstand the impact of many of those therapeutics that are coming to the market. So there are many, many studies. I have not published this paper. It comes from a study in 2006 showing how a complete elimination of a single disease will impact life expectancy in the United States. So here, we are very focused on cancer, right? So everybody's talking cancer, 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 or Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's actually is a big problem. But cancer, if you completely eliminate it, if there is no cancer, people don't get it. At birth, you will get 2.3 years of life to life expectancy in the United States. 1.2 years of life at age 65, because at that time, people already survived to 65. So without cancer, even if they get cancer, they still can live for a substantial amount of time. Something else will kill you. So that's why focusing on dual-purpose therapeutics, going after disease, but also affecting the fundamental pathways of aging, is probably the most credible and impactful way to develop the pharmaceutical industry. Because again, just by complete elimination of cancer, you get 2.3 years of life. Actually, during COVID in 2021, the US lost 1.6 years in life expectancy, which is pretty dramatic, right? So like having another cancer. So, but what is the most credible and sustainable way to research and commercialize longevity? Since the dawn of human civilizations, all kinds of shamans and magicians and alchemists were trying to push the idea to the ultra-wealthy and the powerful of this world, trying to sell the idea of life extension. And that was snake oil. So that's why this industry has very poor reputation. Actually, in China, very often when you talk about longevity, people immediately associate with fraud. So how do you make it credible? So to answer this question, about 10 years ago, I started the conference series called the Aging Research and Drug Discovery Meeting. Originally, we started in Basel in Switzerland. That's the heart of big pharmaceutical industry. That's where Roche and Novartis are headquartered. 100,000 people in just one city, and they are responsible for maybe 20% of the drugs that you are taking. So pretty cool, right? So we tried to bring all the top pharmaceutical industry executives, top academics, together with venture capitalists and company builders, together to discuss how do we do this. So now this conference moved to the University of Copenhagen. This year it was about 400 people on site and maybe about few thousand, 3,000 people online discussing this as a 5-day event. I actually highly encourage you to go there next year in person or dial in virtually, because that's where pharmaceutical industry meets the top academics. Actually, here I must highlight, we've got Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of Hivolution, the most wonderful initiative, I think, here in Saudi Arabia, designed for healthy, productive lifespan increases. And he gave a talk at this meeting, and that talk was moving. So it's like John F. Kennedy talking about the Moonshot Project, talking about longevity and drug discovery. So I highly recommend going to this meeting next year. We do it with the University of Copenhagen's 100% nonprofit. And now I'm going to switch gears and talk about AI and how AI can help you address the aging process. Well, first of all, you probably have seen these pictures many times over. So in 2017, there were several breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. One was in transformer neural networks and also in generative adversarial networks. So those people who you see on this picture do not exist. And that's 2017. So today, AI, so transformer models, generative adversarial networks, diffusion models, can produce really, really realistic pictures of people, but also, of course, beautiful art, and anything that you can describe in words can now be depicted in a picture. In biological data, something that is not a person, something that is not imaging, something that you cannot see, like gene expression, blood tests, medical imaging, you can do the same thing. So AI can work with data that you do not understand as a human. For AI, is the same thing. You train it on a huge data sets, and it can generate your digital twins. And the beauty of aging is that that is the single feature, so age, that everybody has. Not everybody has a diabetes here. Not everybody has Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. Maybe we will never get it, but everybody has age. And if you treat age as a stage of some biological process, you can train AI to predict it. And that's one of the features that is retained even in synthetically generated objects, in synthetically generated humans. And in 2014, I got a really cool idea. So that was why I published many research papers on that and peer-reviewed journals, to use deep neural networks with many, many neurons on the input layer and just one neuron on the output layer predicting age with many neurons, layers of neurons in between, training on many different data types, something that is very as trivial as pictures, so something that you have seen, but also on biological data types like proteomics, methylation, transcriptomics, blood tests. You can even train those networks on survey data coming from populational psychological surveys to understand human psychology and build psychological aging clocks. And we've published on that as well. Once you train those deep neural networks on those biological data types together, they learn fundamental human biology in time. So we all change in time. Deep neural networks, they do not forget unless you want them to, and they can be also interpretable. So now you can ask the deep neural network which individual feature makes you younger or older, which one is participating in a specific biological process. So you can now interpret them and turn it into biological pathways and what we call protein targets, what we can target, specific proteins that we can inhibit or upregulate with small molecules, with chemistry, and intervene in some basic biological processes that are implicated in aging and disease at the same time. So we started using this technology originally to build aging clocks, predictors of age. So without knowing your age, I can get a data type, your picture, your blood test, your gene expression profile, your biopsy, and from that data, predict your age. And we've built many of those. We've built 22 aging clocks on pretty much every data type that changes in time. And we decided to start commercializing that, selling that to that service, software as a service, to insurance companies, to clinics, and started working on a philosophy where we use that for preventative medicine. So some of the companies like Human Longevity in San Diego, San Francisco, and Beijing is deploying those aging clocks to work with, well, currently they work with high net worth clients to predict age, see what might be adjusted to make you biologically younger, so being predicted younger than your chronological age. And they came up with an idea of a longevity physician. So those are physicians that are trained on AI and utilizing aging clocks and using already some experimental interventions that you can give to patients in addition to exercise, diet, and sleep. Everybody can use that, right? But there are also already some very primitive therapeutic interventions that are reasonably safe, and you can become the venture capitalist of your life. You can basically calculate the risk and return for yourself working with a physician. And here is Evelyn Biskup, Dr. Evelyn Biskup, who is actually probably one of the most advanced longevity physicians working with ultra high net worth individuals globally to try to adjust their lifestyle and drug regimens using those AI aging clocks. Actually, we also launched a course series, free course series, CME accredited. So actually, if you want to get into this field and learn as a physician or actually as an individual, it doesn't require much training. You can go to this longevity.degree and take Longevity Medicine 101 course. It's 2.7 hours, explains all the fundamentals of longevity medicine. You can take it in Chinese. So that's one of the initiatives that I support. It's a volunteer initiative. but about 6,000 physicians over the course of 1 year registered and started taking those courses and practicing it. So now I'm going to switch gears to what I'm expert in and what I'm focusing on at InSilico and Deep Longevity is generative reinforcement learning. So when this technology emerged in 2014 to 2016, we started applying it to many areas of healthcare, end to end. So the company that is spun off out of InSilico and sold to a listed company called Deep Longevity is focusing on biological age prediction and also behavioral health and psychological age prediction as well, and also different well-being optimization techniques, collaborates with many different companies, including insurance companies. But InSilico is utilizing this technology pretty much across every spectrum of drug discovery and development. So we are the MMA fighter of AI-powered drug discovery. You can look us up. We're one of the top people in the world in this. But we are also, again, I'm almost religiously focused on aging research and longevity. So I'm always looking for how to solve a disease, but at the same time, how to address aging at the same time. So we're looking for dual-purpose therapeutics targeting aging and disease at the same time. So a little bit about the company that I've built. We started originally in 2014 in the US and then scaled globally. So we are over 250 scientists, mostly AI and drug discovery, but we also rely on a huge network of contract research organizations. So in addition to our own labs, we also distribute the workload to contract research organizations that do biological and chemical research on contract for you. As a matter of fact, now the biopharmaceutical industry has changed in a very similar way the IT industry changed in the early 2000s, where you got designed in California, made in China paradigm, right? So you don't need to have your own factory to build a PC or a laptop or a mobile device. Now you can design anywhere you like in the world and make it in China. So in biopharma is the same thing now. So you can design your drug, your hypothesis, anywhere you like, here in Saudi, using AI, and then generate the chemical matter in China, test it in animals in China or the US or in many, many other contract research organizations, and get to the level where you can start human clinical trials. And even those you can do using contract research organizations. So now you can be, as an AI company, you can be a software layer on top of the many, many contract research organizations. And that's what we are. So we are, of course, pretty famous in AI. So NVIDIA, we're a top AI company, top 100 CB Insights since 2018, including this year. But we changed in 2020 from being an AI-first and AI-only company to being an AI-powered biotech. And that requires a completely different set of expertise. So originally we focused on high-performance computing and generative AI for chemistry and biology. So that's me. We built the engine. And then when we decided to go into biotech, I had to go and partner with somebody who has done it all before, PhD from Harvard, 11 years at GSK, GlaxoSmithKline. And then he developed a company called Medicillin, publicly traded, listed it, took it to $8 billion valuation, and then he joined my company as a co-CEO. And he built a team of drug hunters in Asia, but also around the world. So we have over 120 people who come from big pharmaceutical companies, mostly PhDs or MDs, and their job is to identify novel targets using AI, and then use AI to generate novel chemistry and put it into clinic. So, because that's where the major value is for any biotech. It's in the pipeline of therapeutic development. So this is us. And you can see that we are very dedicated to making people live longer and better. We also managed to fundraise in the most credible way from some of the most credible investors in the world, including some of the top biotech investors. And great thanks to Aramco and Prosperity 7. They led our Series D2 round, which was our latest round. But of course, we predominantly focus on healthcare, and we rely on healthcare investors to help us. We raised over 400 million to date. This is the most important slide if you are not familiar with drug discovery. So if you are to take just one thing away from today, this is the slide to take a picture of and put it in your bedroom for reference, or any other room that you frequent the most. This is how drugs are discovered. So coming from a very famous paper in 2010, now drug discovery became even more expensive. So it starts with disease hypothesis, where you formulate the hypothesis about the disease, and then you narrow it down to individual protein target. Usually it's done in academic institutions. So professors somewhere, they basically say, oh, okay, Alzheimer's happens because of that, and because of this specific protein. Or cancer happens because of this specific protein. Very often they use massive amounts of longitudinal data to find those ideas and then test them. And then pharmaceutical companies pick that, and that's target to hit, and take it all the way to commercialization. So using many, many steps. So some of those steps, you see the probability of success here. So from 1 to 5% on target discovery, that's where most of the stuff fails. So target discovery is very risky. And then you take it all the way into chemistry, biology, validate, and then take it into human clinical trials. And you can see in phase 2, you still fail 66% of the time. So if it's a molecular casino, it's basically tailored for you to lose every time. And here is the number of years. Usually it's 12 years for the drug to reach the market. So right now, if we decide to say, shake hands on discovering a novel therapeutic for dual purpose, aging and disease, you are likely to see it on the market. Well, with AI, we can accelerate. I'm going to show you a case study how to do this. But you're likely to see it on the market in a decade for a disease. And then if you want to purpose it towards aging, it's even longer. So now think about it on your own life timeline. You know, it's not going to be fast, right? So we decided to use AI to try to accelerate every part of drug discovery. And before we went this way, right, we decided to map out every step that usually a pharmaceutical company or biotechnology company would take at every one of those stages, and looked at how long would it take for the most agile biopharmaceutical company to complete those steps. And then we looked at which steps can be accelerated and improved with AI. So this is also a golden slide because we looked at which data is useful for drug discovery, which algorithms can be used to accelerate, and how they can they connect. You have all heard about AlphaFold, right? So DeepMind is great at PR. And of course, it's a big breakthrough. So they figured out how to fold proteins from sequence, right? How to get crystal structures. But here on the slides, you can see obtain crystal structure. It's one of the steps. And actually, usually, experimentally, it's not exactly very difficult. A few weeks plus $80,000, and you get your crystal. So it's not a huge bottleneck for drug discovery. It's the rest of the pieces of the puzzle that are causing the delays and that are extremely costly. So usually, there are two types of AI companies in our field. People who are discovering the targets using different techniques, and then they in-license the therapeutics to do clinical trials. Or there are companies that are doing purely chemistry, AI-designed molecules. So what we decided to do at Insilico, we decided to do both, and also connect many, many steps of AI-powered drug discovery together with AI. Originally, when we started, most of the credible healthcare investors and the partners were telling us, okay, we're not going to touch you because it's too grand of a goal. So we cannot do this. No pharmaceutical company can do this. Why do you think that you can do this? And we decided to still pursue this grand goal and focus on many things, many areas of drug discovery. And now you can actually buy the software. So we are providing software to the market. So PandaOmics allows you to discover targets. It's so simple that the high school student can use it. And they've used it, and they present it at my conferences and other conferences. So now AI can enable high school students to discover protein targets in a variety of diseases at the level of a professor. Now, Chemistry 42 9 out of the top 30 pharmaceutical companies have used it in one way or another. Many of them are using it to design novel chemistry with the desired properties. So you use AI imagination to design molecules with the desired properties. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, you design perfect needles. And our grant project is a program called InClinica, which will hopefully predict the outcomes of clinical trials at some point in time. So now I'm going to talk about, let me do a quick time check. I'm almost done with time. So I'm going to go through many, many slides very quickly. And through one case study that is very dear to my heart. You are not exactly familiar with drug discovery, so many of those slides you will not understand. I'll have to skip them. So we have a philosophy that we published in a peer-reviewed journal on how to use AI to identify targets that are implicated in both aging and disease. So we took massive databases of aging data and disease data, came up with lists of promising therapeutic targets, looked at the risk profiles of every one of those targets. So basically, we created a wheel, target wheel, which gives you high confidence targets, medium confidence targets, high drugability, medium drugability, and then decided to go after a grand challenge. Can we go after a novel target with a novel molecule out of AI for a broad disease with no cure associated with aging? We decided to go after IPF, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, but in general after fibrotic diseases. It's a big market, even though it's a hugely rare disease, $3 billion. And here is a slide which shows how we did our study. So we started with a deep learning engine trained on aging and disease at the same time, identified promising targets from that engine, put it in a biological context, look at how novel the targets are, and prioritize risk profiles for those targets. We were left with 20 targets for validation. We could validate 5. All 5 worked experimentally all the way into mice. And then we prioritized one, which we are not announcing the name. It's a new target, so the name wouldn't tell you anything, completely out of AI, and validated it in lung fibrosis, liver fibrosis, skin fibrosis, and kidney fibrosis. We also used our own chemistry engine to generate novel chemical matter. So this slide basically shows that we synthesized very few compounds with the desired properties and achieved really high potent inhibition of the target X. Then we also performed many, many experiments, putting mice in cages, measuring lung function after inducing fibrosis injury by other drugs and comparing to the current best-in-class. Demonstrated that we outperform today's best-in-class drugs 5- and 16-fold in some very established biological assays. Then we came up with many, many, many different assays, validation assays, experimental assays, to show that the drug is effective in multiple models and also safe. And to my knowledge, we've managed to set a record to go from target discovery to preclinical candidate in record time, in 17 months. Then we completed multiple experiments in toxicity and went into phase 1 human clinical trials. So right now, humans are taking this drug, healthy volunteers. A very large clinical study. We also did a smaller one in between called phase 0. And to my knowledge, again, we set a record. And we've managed to demonstrate that out of AI, I can identify novel target, generate novel molecules, perform all the preclinical and clinical enabling stage experiments, do a small phase 0 study, and now we're in phase 1. So, but still, it's a few years away from the market. But still, it shows you that a company like us can do it. It means that a country like Saudi Arabia can do it too. Now with my AI tools as well. Now I have 31 therapeutic programs. Here are some of the ones that I can talk about. And we've managed to deliver 8 preclinical candidates since 2021 February. Again, to my knowledge, that's pretty record-setting. And now we are trying to accelerate it using robotics. We don't have the time for the video, I guess, right? But you can watch it online on our website. We are now investing very heavily in robotics to accelerate what we have been doing using human intelligence and human power by robots at a very large scale. So I'm going to be here for a few days. Please come and talk to us. We're expanding in the Middle East as well. We're currently in Abu Dhabi, setting up a pretty substantial AI center. And accepting a lot of digital refugees, so to speak, from Eastern Europe, setting up an AI-powered research center there, but maybe we will also come here and work in Saudi, because again, thanks to the vision of His Royal Highness MBS, you guys are focused on longevity now. And that gives me great pleasure, because that's what I live for. And I think that everybody here should appreciate the gravity of what your government is doing. So deep bow to everybody, and thank you very much. I'll be here to answer questions.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to Al-Mamlaka Al-Arabiya Al-Saudiyya. Our talk today is about the artificial intelligence applied to the Arabic language. In today's 30 minutes, hopefully, we will be able to go on a fascinating journey about human beings' most distinguished trait, most distinguished faculty, the faculty of language. Something that has been proven in science to be characteristics for only humans. Every study that you may have read about other species having language capacities is not correct. Us humans have this faculty, and us humans are trying to endow it to machines. Today's journey is unfortunately characterized, today's journey towards endowing machines with language faculty is ripe with hype and bravados. But there is still some sound of reason and some sound of modesty in front of this amazing faculty, this amazing capacity of us humans to speak, to communicate, and to understand each other flawlessly and seamlessly. AI and machine learning and every computational technology that has been invented so far has each taken a shot at some point in time to crack this hard nut of language intelligence. The layering here, I kept it at something that's less controversial. If I could have put computational linguistics and logic and cognitive psychology and all of these disciplines, but we are at an AI conference, and I wanted to keep the layers at the current understanding of what AI is and what AI can do. So this layering is on this screen for one purpose and one purpose only, to tell us all that deep learning alone is not going to be the solution for language intelligence. If the hype and the bravados come only from the media, come only from the uninitiated, that would be tolerable, because people have lack of understanding of what AI can do, people have lack of understanding of what AI cannot do. But when this hype and bravado comes from the very people who build this technology, it becomes dangerous. You know why it becomes dangerous? Because it affects policymakers, it affects regulators, and it sends an upstream signal for investors that could be wrong. So I'm not going to name names today. We all know some of the names that are at the root of this problem, spreading the hype and the bravado from within the AI community. I'll just leave it nameless. You can read it, and when somebody interacts with a machine and just claims that the ground is shifting beneath him, and he thinks that he's talking to an intelligent being, this sends the wrong signal to everybody that these machines have human traits, have the capacity to communicate with humans safely and ethically. So much so that one of these key figures went after chatting with a chatbot, claiming that it has sentience. Sentience is a controversial term. But basically, if I want to take a shot at defining sentience, I would say it's basically being aware of where you are in this world that we live in, aware of your existence in the world, your relationship to the world, and how you interact with this world, again, safely and ethically. Do machines have that? I'll leave the answer to you. Hopefully and thankfully, there is still modesty in how we perceive this human capacity of language, and there is also some sound of reason. We need modesty and reason to be able to make measurable, quantifiable progress towards an attainable goal, rather than, people call it moon shooting, I call it pipe dreaming. So Roger K. Moore, who's a professor of, I think at Manchester, University of Manchester, of spoken languages, has always been placing the problem that I'm speaking about today in how we name the solution after the problem. So when you say, I have built a language model, you think that you have solved the problem of language modeling. You name the algorithm after the solution. The problem is language modeling. The solution is not today's language models. Again, a growing number of engineers and scientists who even work within big tech corporations have also explained to us in a meaningful way the limitations of current attempts of us humans endowing the language faculty to machines. And today's deep learning approaches basically are statistical machines on steroids, and this is what they do. And there are limitations to that. There are serious attempts to overcome these limitations, but unless we humble ourselves in front of this magnificent capacity that we humans have, the capacity to produce and consume language, and understand it in its complexity, and understand that recognizing statistical patterns in written language is not going to solve this problem, I don't think we have a chance in solving it. So before I talk about the limitations of today's attempts to solve language intelligence, I want to talk about the nature of language itself. I said it's magnificent, it's unique to us human beings, and it's very, very, very difficult to teach a machine, but why? And before I say why, we will take a glimpse at as we have taken a glimpse at how people hype this technology, how people want us to believe that the language acquisition problem has been solved and machines can actually acquire language, there is also misunderstanding within the community of the nature of language, kind of simplifying it beyond a safe level of simplification where it can actually be decomposed and solved. A couple of weeks ago, there was this tweet that took Twitter by storm, where an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, basically reduced language intelligence to memorization plus some linking devices. And he mentions Joseph Becker, a renowned linguist from the 1970s, and the implications of reducing the language capacity into memorization combined with some linking devices that he just scoffs off without detailing what exactly are these linking devices are really substantial. It means that we don't need grammatical rules or syntactic rules. It means that all we have to do is to memorize stuff and then link this stuff to build our capacity to generate and consume, and most importantly, understand language. But there is an implied bonus for entrepreneurs, of course. The implied bonus is that systems like GPT-3 are pretty good at memorizing stuff, so we've solved language. If it's all about memorization and these huge, gargantuan language models that have basically read trillions of tokens today in one accounting, and hundreds of billions of tokens in the mainstream, are good at memorizing stuff. So, problem solved, let's go home. Not so easy. I ask the audience to read this in 30 seconds or just a minute, and then we'll conduct an experiment together, hopefully, that leads us to rejecting the memorization hypothesis. It's wrong. Language is not about memorization and some linking devices. It's more than that. If I take this away and then ask anybody, what was it about? Is it going to be you have memorized some words, some phrases, and then linked them to something else outside what was written? Or was it all contained there? When you read it, when you experienced your trial to understand it, what went on inside your head? Was it memorization only, or was it trying to relate what you have read here to your own experiences, to your own understanding of the problem, the reality of language, and after that even there is another stage of trying to deduce conclusions about its falsehood or reality. All of these things are not things that a machine will do when it reads that. The exact thing. The machine will only correlate text to text within whatever it has read. Today's machines. So when people like Chapman and entrepreneurs and people in big tech corporations try to ridicule 60 or 70 years of linguistics and cognitive psychology and trying to understand what humans are doing when they try to understand language, what humans are doing when they are trying to generate language, what humans are doing when they are communicating with each other. The surface form, whatever words that you put there in writing or in speech, is not the meaning. It's just a manifestation of your interpretation of what you want to communicate. So the meaning is, mathematically, the cross product between your communicative intent and whatever you have decided to surface your communicative intent in, your words. So your words only, if I say the cat on the mat, very simple, the canonical example. Which cat? On which mat? Even if two people are talking to each other, they have to have a communicative intent that they try to communicate to each other. And that may not be fully included in the surface form of those few words. I argue that in order to understand how human children acquire language and utilize that, not specifically in its exact form, but try to glean some insights from how we humans as children acquire language. Is it nature? Is it nurture? Is it both? How much of this? How much of that? How are they combined? I argue that we need two things. And it's not just my argument. These are arguments that I call reasonable and modest. Arguments from those who respect this very complicated capacity of language and does not ridicule it into some exploitation of statistical patterns that exist in the surface form of text. So we need a rich theory about how people represent meanings. This is the work of cognitive psychologists, this is the work of system neuroscientists, this is the work of people who try to understand and represent the understanding of the mind. So, first advice, as AI specialists, we should not ignore those disciplines or look lightly at them and repeat what an IBM expert, I said I'm not going to say, okay, a big tech corp expert once said, every time I fire a linguist, my model's performance goes up. That's ridiculous. This may have been the case because we didn't apply the right machinery, the right combination of what that linguist was advising and what your computer scientists were advising. The solution is not in one area and not the other. The solution is in finding how to build a cognitive machinery on a neural substrate or the other way around. All the questions that are asked today, all the quests to answer these questions have not been answered yet. We should not be fooling ourselves and thinking that AGI has been solved. It was a couple of weeks ago, after Gato from DeepMind was announced, one of their top executives came and said, from now on, it's a matter of scale. Game over, as in AGI has been solved. That's ridiculous. After a couple of days after that, a robot broke the arm of the finger of a chess player. A 7-year-old poor kid was playing chess with a robot. The robot just grasped its finger and broke it. And we've seen all the problems in deploying AI systems in the world without guardrailing them with the proper alignment mechanisms that need to be there in self-driving cars, for example. So once you have a theory of the mind, you need to have another theory that basically goes back and forth between words and their interpretation, their meaning. And to acquire language, is to be able to go back and forth between these two forms, whatever you have in your mind as a representation of the meaning, and whatever you have in your tongue, at the tip of your tongue, or at the tip of your fingers when you're writing or typing, as a manifestation of that understanding, or a representation of that understanding. Now, linguists and cognitive psychologists, I'm not one of them, I'm an artificial intelligence expert, but I believe that we need to understand that there are 3 limitations in today's language models, and the deployment of those language models onto robots, like Google has did with Say Can, and others also have tried. So whenever we say something, it's not independent of something else in the world that it relates to. This is called the problem of reference, and it's been known for years, and no serious attempts in building a native organic connection between the surface form of a word and what it means in the actual world. There's also the problem of compositionality, which is very controversial, because if you ask 10 people who work on compositionality, what is compositionality, you'll probably get 12 answers. So, but basically the main idea is that when we think about, let's say, a scene that a self-driving car is trying to process right now and make a decision about, the composition of the parts of that scene and the future progression of events as a result of the third limitation here, which is a cognitive model, which is a persistent yet very dynamic, updated model of the world around us. This is really keen into making the right decision. And this applies to every decision we make as humans. We tend to perceive things as composed of other things that relate to the world we live in through certain governing dynamics. Now tell me, if you have not interacted with the world the way you have, as a child, as an adult, as a decision maker in the world, but all you have done is read some books, independent of your actual interaction with the world. And reading those books also has the limitation, the following limitation, which we have to mimic the machine in order to understand what is it that the machine is actually seeing. What are those zeros and ones? What are those vectors that the machine represents every word with? Where do they come from? They come from something called distributional semantics. And basically, as Firth has said 50 years ago, you know a word by the company it keeps. That distributional semantics is important, but it's not everything. Not everything a word means comes from the context in which it was mentioned. No. Take, for example, abstract concepts like justice, like love, like peace. How can you represent that without experiencing them firsthand, without having a cognitive model that basically tells you that this is what it means to be peaceful, this is what it means not to be peaceful? I'm going to show some exhibits of these limitations, shamelessly. Take a look at that. When a French company, I think named Napla, tried to deploy GPT-3 in suicide hotlines, basically told the guy to go kill himself. And we'll take another example from a serious attempt. I respect it, and I think it's on the right path of making things right. This is called Instruct GPT from OpenAI as well. And they basically tried, rather than simply read text and teach the machine the representation of meanings, what a word means by looking at its context, they did something else. They put a man in the loop. So basically they said, okay, they prompted GPT, they said something to GPT, and then GPT said something else, replied. They showed it to a human and said, is this how you want as a human to react to that prompt? So they put a human in the loop, they applied some reinforcement learning, and they came up with this. Again, this is from their paper, so this is again self-acknowledging that we're not there yet. Without a model of digestion, without a model of garment fabrication, without a model of what meditation is, it went into empty language, into falsehoods of basically saying that there is an effect, there is a value of eating socks after you meditate. Falling into falsehoods, falling into generating frivolous drivel in empty language are limitations of current language models. And we need to acknowledge them in order to fix them. If we just say, why were we impressed with GPT-3 and its ilk? Why? Because it generates seemingly coherent content, right? It's coherent in the sense that humans would say something like this. And we humans tend to basically anthropomorphize everything. You talk to your cat, you talk to your cat like you talk to a human. This capacity for anthropomorphization is one of the reasons why people like who build these systems, even who build these systems, when they interact with them, they think they are human. Okay, so can we do something today with these language models? And what can we do tomorrow with these language models? And what can we do in the horizon with these language models? You can do search. That's very good. That's something we do at Muzen, and that's something everybody else is doing. You could extract information using today's technology. And this is very, very helpful in many contexts. You could classify documents and text using today's language models in a way that was not even possible a few months ago. You could do high-level summarization as well. A bit progressive capability is something called interactive document reading, where you basically, the language model reads the text before it presents it to you, and then collapses some of the sections into their description. This is a justification, this is a definition, this is an elaboration, and collapses those, and you only expand them if you feel inclined so. Another progressive capability that we also apply, and everybody else is trying to, is to, for example, enhance your information extraction. When you extract two entities, like Sadaya and the Global AI Summit, and you ask your language model to extract the relationships, should they exist, between these two entities. And most of today's language models cannot do that effectively. We know the limitations, and we address them through technologies that support the neural networks, like knowledge bases and knowledge graphs and the likes. Now, what's special about the Arabic language? Without being so passionate about it, which I am, the Arabic language is very rich from a morphological point of view. The Arabic language is, I'm talking as a linguist here, I'm not talking as a poet or as someone who is incredibly fascinated by it. But this morphological complexity of the language makes one certain problem very difficult to solve. We will go into that, but also when I speak about the Arabic language, I want to speak about this about the status quo. What's problematic today about Arabic language processing? Evaluation. We do not have serious evaluation tracks for the Arabic language models as we have for English. None. Nothing to test the reading comprehension capacity of an Arabic language. Nothing to test the common reasoning capacity of the Arabic language models. Nothing to test the knowledge capacity of an Arabic language model. We need to work on building evaluation tracks worthy of a language model that is billions of parameters in size, that has read tens of billions of tokens, and that its producers or its builders claim has these capacities. We also lack in innovation. The number of the, especially in commerce, there is the, and actually it's a good segue into collaboration. So what we lack today is a concerted effort between academia and industry and everybody who's interested in making the Arabic language at least on par with the English and the Chinese language in terms of resources, linguistic resources, human resources, and computational resources. How can we benefit from, how have we at Muzen specialized the today's technology to make things better for the Arabic language. I am told I have like 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna mention one problem. This is the problem that I mentioned before. In order to understand these 3 sentences here, مالك لم توافق, مالك لم يوافق, مالك لم يوافق ما طلب. The first word, in order to understand the context, you need to morphologically disambiguate the first word, which seems to a computer the same. مالك, مالك, مالك. It's completely different. But in order to understand, in order to do the morphological disambiguation, you need to read the entire sentence. So it's the horse and the cart. How can we solve this problem in morphologically rich languages? A challenge that is completely ignored, to the best of my knowledge, by every major language model builder or developer today. How can we make things, I spoke about problems, but here I speak about some solutions to these problems. We need to acknowledge, first of all, that the brain doesn't work in a sequential manner like other language models that are being built today do. We need to acknowledge that we need to predict structures in text, not just sequences. And we need to build machines that update their cognitive models about the world, and we need to align them for feasibility, not just for feasibility, like say CAN, for example. Google said that they aligned it for the robot checks before executing a command that is feasible. Has it checked it's safe? Has it checked it's ethical? If you say, put it in the dishwasher, is it going to take your cat and put it in the dishwasher? Or is it going to take a plate and put it in the dishwasher? Language models today are very, very weak at this problem called coreference resolution. Thank you, and we're available here and in booth 1 for any questions. Thank you. I think we have like 3 minutes for questions. 2 minutes, 1 minute? We're at the booth. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna just wait a sec. There we go. I have slides. Today, I'm here to talk a little bit about this new era of development, what impact that has in the future of cities, and how artificial intelligence can or cannot play a role in how these develop. And I wanted to start off by asking how many people in this room are technical? Oh, amazing. That's good balance. And how many people work in development or in like a city or economic development role? Okay, awesome. So maybe you're familiar with some of these trends, but I really wanted to cover them. The first one is that economic development now can no longer be treated as the only type of development that needs to be focused on. Countries no longer can hyper-productize, increase productivity at the expense of other kinds of development. And we know that now because, for example, when growth is dependent on new technologies and you don't accompany your economic plan with an education plan to ensure your labor force can adapt, that means that educational development has to be in line with your economic development, and so does your health development. And so where before you had really capitalistic systems and economic systems thriving on their own, today they're not able to do that. And so when we look forward, we have to make sure that it's a holistic strategy as to how we're going to boost economic development. The second thing that's really important to understand, and I think actually Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 really encompasses this, is the idea that purely consumptive or extractive economies are no longer viable for the future. We need to start thinking about regenerative economies and how we realign or reimagine economic incentives away from pure consumption and pure extraction, and think of ways of how we feed back resources, how we create new resources, new forms of energy, digital energy, for example. We know that the global consumer is changing. This is a very interesting moment in time because it is the moment in time where we're seeing the largest wealth transfer in history. Young generations are inheriting a lot of money, and they're making decisions that are based on the values that they're growing up with. They care a lot about the environment, they care a lot about how things are made and how visible things are. And actually, a lot of studies by consumer indexes show that younger generations are willing to pay up to 4 times the price for a good that they feel they have visibility into their entire supply chain. That's a big statement for an entire generation, and it's changing the way we need to understand how we build economies and how we grow our own cities. The next thing that's important is that because they care so much, impact washing and greenwashing is no longer an option. Where before you could tell people that you were paying people fairly, or you could tell people that you were being environmentally conscious and that you were reducing the amount of paper that's used in your office, today consumers want to know how you're doing that. They want depth and visibility into your strategies. They want to understand how much energy you're consuming and how much carbon you're offsetting, and they want to know exactly how your products are made. And so this idea that we now have to move toward full life cycle transparency of the economy is very exciting, and it is an opportunity for people to set new precedents in how to reach the new type of consumer. And while a lot of the world is currently focused on fixing carbon markets, which truly are broken, it's actually the least exciting part about the carbon economy. The carbon economy is not just about offsetting what we're currently producing. The most interesting economic opportunity for development are cities and countries that understand how to actually not even produce that carbon in the first place. When you can trap heat and prevent it from being released into the atmosphere, and then create a financial product that actually monetizes what you didn't emit in the first place, rather than offsetting what you did emit, that is a more exciting financial instrument and a much more exciting economic model. And finally, we've reached a point where technological development is now exponential. It moves super fast, and that creates these seemingly endless possibilities. And all throughout this conference and every other room, you're also going to hear about these endless possibilities. But there's one thing that I hope you take away from this talk, which is that there's no causational relationship between technology and development. Using AI does not mean development. Using AI does not mean economic growth. It doesn't mean progress. It doesn't necessarily mean any of those things, because technology at the end of the day is really a tool and an enabler for the things that we want to achieve. And consequently, the more that we rely on technology as a solution to the problems that we're trying to solve, the less we're actually going to be capable of solving those problems. Because ultimately, these technologies, including AI, are a double-edged sword. They are ubiquitous. They help us make so many decisions today. You see it in your advertising, you see it in your health outcomes, you see it in your financial transactions and purchasing, you see it everywhere. But with it comes a lot of bias. An example of this that's been talked about a lot in the world is when you teach an algorithm to say the gender of something. So you teach doctor is to blank as nurse is to blank, it will often return doctor is to man as nurse is to woman. Now, a lot of people shout out and say that is gender discrimination. But if you think about how AI is built, when you think about the way that it pulls data, it's just pulling historical data. And realistically speaking, doctors have been male for longer in history than they have been female. And so it is not an intentional bias. It is a bias of the data. And it is a bias of the historical context of how societies have evolved over time. And so unless we're able to contextualize all of the ways in which we build data models, we will continue to have biased algorithms which lead to biased decision-making. AI is practical. It helps us make better decisions sometimes, but it's also fear-inducing. And I guarantee that the average citizen that isn't technologically plugged in is really afraid of what the ramifications of AI can be. And that is not their fault, because there are ways in which technology and AI can be used in ways that are fear-inducing. It's transformative. We can see how much it increases the means of production. But it's immense inequalities, because the types of production it replaces, unless they are re-educated, re-skilled, their skills are transferred, they're up-leveled in terms of their economic opportunities, then we're cementing greater economic inequality, which is, in my opinion, one of the greatest problems of today, is the rising global inequality that we have and how we are prepared to transform our economies but not leave the majority of the population behind. AI can be very insightful. It can tell us a lot of things, and yet it's consistently incomplete information. And so unless you're pulling from all types of data sources, unless you're really understanding how to contextualize the information and the data that we're seeing, we can make very bad decisions. In supply chain, for example, we did an experiment once where we traced coffee that was being shipped out of Colombia and going to Canada and the United States. And there was an interesting situation where their inventory, when it was arriving in these countries, it wasn't optimal. The coffee was a little dry, and they were wondering why. And it had a shorter shelf life, and all of these decisions were being made around the shorter shelf life, and obviously farmers lose out on this. And so when we ran the experiment, what we discovered was that about 54% of the time, that shipment, whatever inventory was being sent, it was just sitting there in a port somewhere, waiting for processing. It was just sitting somewhere. And when we were monitoring what types of conditions it was sitting under, we had set these targets. What is the optimal temperature for coffee? What is the optimal moisture level for coffee? We were watching that. And 84% of the time that shipment was just sitting there, it was out of target. It was not the farmer's fault, and yet the product was compromised. And so when you look at the types of data and how you can then make real-time decisions based on inventory, instead of sending a shipment that is suboptimal to Canada, where it will have an even shorter shelf life, why not reroute this to Miami? Because it's a lot closer and it'll have a longer shelf life, and this means more money for farmers. So really insightful, but unless you have complete information, that information is useless and your decision will be compromised and incomplete. And finally, really we have what actually blockchain is feeling the biggest, the biggest lashback on this, but an environmentally unscalable technology. At the end of the day, the carbon emissions and the energy consumption of technology is based off computing power needs. And the more that we run the world off constantly running algorithms, and the more that we need data to be processed, stored, et cetera, the more computing power we require. And that is currently environmentally unscalable unless we come up with new forms of energy. So what do? I run a company that kind of just experiments. We don't really do much other than experiment. And our goal is really singularly focused. We are looking to set new precedents into how sustainable development goals and how new technologies like artificial intelligence can be combined, but then strengthened by a reimagination of how we incentivize changes in socioeconomic behaviors. And we bring these together to create new systems. And we created a methodology around this. And so the methodology starts at impact. It starts from sustainable development, which very often you sort of see people start from technology, and we don't even have a conversation about technology for the first few months that we work with a client. And the reason for that is because ultimately technology is just there to enable to create possibilities of what we want to achieve. And all of that starts at impact. And not just the goal of what we want to achieve, but the unintended consequences that that might have in the long term. And so once we design what it is that we want to achieve, we design a tech stack that will help us get there. And then we look at all of the ways that we've reimagined incentives and interests, like who wants to access this data, how can it be accessed, what types of new data can you create for mixing different types of data points. And that's when we create an economic model around it. And after that, we create a very custom impact measurement framework to understand from beginning to end what it was that we tried to do, what happened, and what the unintended consequences of that were, and then how we can turn that into a scalable system. Now, this methodology, it's done really well. MIT gave us an award for it, and it's something that we've proven in different types of industries. So we've worked on, that little tree is like my special project, but we created a financial tool that looks at engagement as its core value. So the more that you engage with the cause of rainforest protection, which is very near and dear to my heart, when you donate to rainforest conservation agencies, when you participate in events that teach you about the science of conservation, when you support indigenous communities that live in the rainforest, all of those things help grow this tree. It blossoms, it grows flowers, it changes features, etc. And it's worth more financially because you've contributed to the environment in a positive way. Not only that, though, when we designed this project, we did a study on what it takes to build a 10,000 3D rendered collection of assets. And we found that it emits about 72 tons of carbon. So every single time you see a generative collection of art in a digital space, and it is a 10K collection, it's emitting at least 72 tons of carbon. That is an insane amount of carbon. This project emits 6.8 total. And the reason it does that is because we had to make decisions around how we could be environmentally efficient. We, for example, took all of our rendering services and took them to a place that has a power mix that is much more energy efficient. And so we used a mix of nuclear power and hydroelectric power, and we helped render that, and that reduced a little bit. Not enough for me, though. And after that, what we did was we actually worked with a company that adapted the computer servers and integrated copper into them. And that copper traps heat, and that heat is not released into the environment. And what happens is you immediately turn that heat into an energy source. And we turned that into a source to heat water. And that water is donated to public hospitals and social housing units across France today. And so with that, we were able to bring it all the way down. And then we did another thing, which was we created a very small permissioned blockchain to govern all of the transactions that relate to engagement that tell this tree when it's supposed to grow and when it's supposed to regress back into a little seedling. And that was run on servers at the same level of energetic efficiency as the rendering. And finally, what we did was we offset the 6.8 that we couldn't actually get rid of. And that's okay too, but as long as you've taken active steps to decrease the environmental footprint of a project, of a digital project, you can create financial instruments all around that. This in and of itself has value intrinsically, not as something that will have impact, it will, but actually how much you personally impact the cause of rainforest protection gives this economic value. And these are the types of economic models that we need to be thinking about when we're building and designing the cities of the future. We do this now in other ways. If you think about loyalty programs, or if you think about a health program that is encouraging citizens to make good decisions about their nutrition or their activity, and you give them financial instruments that actually reward them for behavior that is positively contributing to society, then you can design new economic and financial markets around good citizen behavior and positive health and wellness. We've also tested out our methodology in digital identity and civil registry systems. We built an immigration system that takes in displaced populations on the basis of labor. And this became really interesting because in a moment in time in the Americas, there was a 7,500 person caravan that was walking from El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, all the way to the United States to ask for asylum. And The US was not really processing that. And so Mexico saw this as an opportunity. And we took the database of the National Employment Service of Mexico. It had 15,000 job openings. And we ran that against the skill set of the people that were trying to migrate. And then we matched it. And every single person got a job offer because skills are varied, and every single city needs every type of laborer. And so once we matched them, they received a visa within 24 hours. It was the fastest processing I'd ever seen in my life. And as someone with a Honduran passport, trust me, I've tried every immigration system ever, multiple times. And what happened was, out of the 7,500 people that had initially intended to migrate to the US, about 4,700 decided to stay in Mexico with this program. So the program was successful, and it teaches us about how data can help us make decisions that actually inform our economies of the future. We've tried this in health, where we helped a government understand how to prioritize their 911 calls to make sure that you can keep hospitals that are in particular demand for certain services always running, instead of clogged up, because people will go to the closest hospital to them, even when it's not an emergency. We've tested our methodology in supply chain, like the coffee experiment. There was one really fun thing that we did there, which was actually we tethered the data, the GPS data and the inventory management data, we connected it to financial market data. And what that ended up doing was that we could actually see the price of a commodity like coffee change as this shipment was moving. And we could make pricing decisions on the basis of the quality of the inventory. And you could real-time auction to the highest bidder, like a shipment that had the highest quality of product, and you could, at that point, return more of a profit to farmers. And that was super exciting to us. It's a precedent that we're going to explore more, but I think opens up the door for people that produce and that add value, and as we move forward, it's clear that economies of value are the ones that are going to be most rewarded. Energy efficiency is something that we've played with, again, producing digital energy, using digital energy to become a heat source or an electricity source. And finally, financial inclusion, playing around with how we reward people for land titling, for example, where we mapped 157 villages in Uganda, issued them a land title, collected data on what they were growing and how they were growing, and then cross-referenced it so that they could form cooperatives for the first time ever. And today, 13,000 farmers have a land title, which was delivered to them through an SMS text message, which was recognized by the Ministry of Agriculture in Uganda. So these are the types of projects that we work on. And some of the things that we've had to learn along the way are that the implementation of new technologies across cities, it really starts at the research phase. Again, don't talk about tech at the first meeting or the second meeting, because it won't serve you. What it's going to do is it's going to condition you to think in a box, and it's going to condition you to think that you have to use technology in the same way that everybody else is using technology, and that you have to design economic models and pricing structure the same way that everybody else is. So don't do that. Just talk about what you're trying to solve for, what the needs are, map those out. Understand the incentives, data, and money supply chains of your entire issue. For example, once I was on a panel, and I'm not known to be very agreeable when I'm on panels. For the most part, I disagree a lot. And so I was on a panel with a project that had a great idea to provide tokens to a village in exchange for something. And so they were really excited because the entire village would be adopting this. And that's great. And actually, a lot of central banks think this way as well. And a lot of cities are thinking about how to create these token reward economies and how to enable peer-to-peer trade within an environment. It's a brilliant idea until you trace the money supply chain. So what happens? Let's say, sorry, what is your name? Fahad. Okay, you sell paper. And I want to buy your paper. And I've received this token, and you live in the same village, so you accept this token. And that's great. So I pay you for the paper in this token, and you give me the paper, and I am the happiest person alive because I have paper. But you have to get your paper from somewhere. And if your vendor does not take this token, because they might live in a different village, or a different city, or a different country, then you have a problem, and that problem needs to be addressed by giving you a very easy way to take this token and convert it into something else, whatever that might be. But let's say your paper vendor, who is, sorry, what is your name? Awaf? Rawaf. Great. Rawaf is your paper vendor. And you do take this token, but you have to get your materials. You produce this paper, but you need materials, and you need to pay for those somehow. And so as you go down the line of people in an economy, you start to realize that at some point in some moment in time, someone's going to need something that the world accepts, whether that's $1, whether that's €1, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But someone's going to need it. And if you don't understand who that person is and how they get that $1 or that euro or that whatever, then your solution might not be as impactful as possible. And the shorter that that supply chain is, then the less impactful you're actually being, and someone in your citizenry is very dissatisfied. And so thinking about tracing all of these supply chains of data, of money, of incentives is a really key way to make sure solutions are actually properly built. AI is optimally beneficial. It can be insightful, it can be helpful, but only when we properly map the needs that we have, only when we properly map the desired outcomes, the potential unintended consequences. I know a financial project that wanted to help women become more financially empowered. And then these women would adopt it, they would use it for 4 months, and then they would stop using it. Why would they stop using it? It was something that financially empowered them. Well, it turned out that this financial empowerment was disrupting the house relationship because they didn't account for the sociocultural context of certain parts of Africa where this would be a problem. And so men were feeling like they were becoming less important in the household, and that was something that they culturally had to deal with. And that's okay, because it's change, and change is important, but if your project in its implementation didn't factor that in, and your AI is telling you usage has dropped, but you don't have the social context around that data, then you can't solve the problem. And so feedback loops are also essential in good design. How are you getting information on usage, on the unintended consequences, on all of the factors that are intangible, that are not technological, that are impacting the way that your technology is even used? And of course, we're entering a time when security and privacy are at the top of everybody's mind, and it's more complex than ever. Privacy is a big one, obviously. But privacy and data are often put on opposite ends of the spectrum. And yet, through financial models, and through ownership structures, and through regulation and competitive policy, actually, this provides us a very interesting opportunity to set pace. Right now, Saudi Arabia is thinking about building new cities, which means that it's an opportunity for setting new precedents. And privacy and security are ways that they can definitely differentiate themselves in that way. And finally, thinking about the way that we think about impact, and the way that we think about development and sustainable development goals, this has to be meaningfully designed, not as an intended outcome. It's not that we're going to donate a percentage to the carbon credit market or donate to a certain charity that's doing something good for the environment. That's not enough today. Today we have to think about how we're building. Are we building it energetically efficiently? Are we including the lived perspectives of different types of citizens so that the outcomes don't have unintended bias towards certain types of people? The way that we design has to be a lot more meaningful. And that's going to make it a lot more intelligent because it is by nature a lot more humane. And so one thing that you'll notice is that I rarely used the words artificial intelligence in my presentation. And that was intentional. Because at the end of the day, what we need is humane technology. And the technology is changing at a pace faster than ever before, and it's going to continue to change at a pace faster than ever before. And unless you've designed your system to account for that, you've built it off of microservices, you allow for components to be easily replaceable, you think about the algorithms that can be replaced when you discover bias, and make sure that the integrity of the solution is not diminished by that, then you're building good technology. And at the end of the day, humane technology is what's taking sustainable cities into the future in a way that's a lot more visionary. I have some time for questions. I did that intentionally. I left 7 minutes. So if anybody has a question, I'm very happy to take it. Yeah.
Thank you for a very insightful presentation. Now, we work in the Royal Commission of Riyadh about TODs, which is trans-oriented development around the areas of public transportation now. Trying to link that with smart cities. You've defined and underlined very important drivers, which are what are the dimensions of development of selecting data. Do it select demographics, time, travel, capacity, whatever. What is, let's say, a good framework to develop a sustainable usage of public transportation by we are on the edge of launching the public transportation in Riyadh within the next 2 years, which is metro and buses.
Yeah.
And that's part of what I do. So making people ride up on the bus and the metro, make sure that we need to optimize how it has been run around. And that's linking it with the smart city and having everything seamlessly sensible, of course, energy enabled and whatever. So what is your recommendation when it comes to the development of an ecosystem that would drive people into using the public transportation? Because we're going to feed in data of people moving from one end to another and put it into AI and see through their cell phones how do they drive around the city and whatever, and then drives that. Is that a good framework, or what do you think? Something?
Yeah, I think the first bit of the framework in my mind is always to go back into the impact. Why do you ride a bus?
Thank you very much.
What's the reason you ride a bus? Do you ride it to get to work? Do you ride it to get home from work? Do you take it at midday to your lunch break, come back? What are the reasons you ride a bus? I personally have taken public transportation recently in different countries, and I try to think every single time as I'm going through it why I'm even there. What am I carrying with me when I'm there? What makes this type, going on a bus versus going on a train versus going in a private car versus ordering an Uber versus whatever, or Kareem, right? Is that what's, yes. So, why? And so I think the first question we often forget to answer is because we're looking at the pathways in which people move. We're looking at geographical data, satellite data, we're looking at all of this information about traffic, and that is one essential, but still one piece of the story. Because ultimately what's going to determine how people use transportation, how they adopt it, how they feel about it, is dependent on whether that gets them to the place that they want to go on the regular basis and the consistency with which they use public transportation. Yeah, so the first thing I would do is probably I would try to find as many different types of people that make up the city that you're trying to build for, and I would figure out what their plan is in relation to transportation. So is it to go get a job? Do they have to go from their home to their mother's home on a regular basis? Do they have to come back? Do they stay there for a few days and then come back? Like what? Why? Why do they want public transportation? And the answer sometimes we think is, of course they want public transportation, they need to get from point A to point B. But there's a reason they're using this and not something else. And there's a reason why they think that this is better than something else. And that's really what we need to get at, is this the humane element, and we're missing these humane data points that teach us really why traffic is higher in certain parts of a city than in other parts of a city. Yes, yes. And also, the underlying motivators of why they would choose to use it, right? So let's say you do price comparative. You say, well, using public transportation here will be free. Or actually, we've discovered that because the system is so good, we can charge a nominal rate for it. Or we charge by distance. Or we're trying to be more environmentally efficient. So we say, okay, well, we're going to charge certain rates when you decide to use this type of transportation, but certain rates when you use other types of transportation. You can make all of these decisions once you really understand what is it that people value about transportation. And it is not just that it gets you from point A to point B, because there's elements of comfort and convenience. There's elements of... What? Yes? 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 Yes, safety I would think is very high up there. And then now tell me, citizenry-wise, in terms of who can use public transportation. At what age can you use public transportation alone? Yeah, and what do they care about? Like, why do they want to use public transportation at 16? Are they eager to get out of the door? Do they? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, because it's looking at one piece of data, which relates to speed of how fast you can get to something. Yeah. Yes, but because what you need to do is look at other elements of data and then build a model around that. And then you need to converge these two and then figure out what is the model to how you value that. Yeah. So in something I've done in immigration, for example, is when we were choosing how to allocate people, what city to send them to. Let's say you have a person who's a Mormon. If you send a Mormon to San Francisco, they will not be happy. They will hate San Francisco. If you send a Mormon to a place where there's a larger Mormon community, they will love it. But why is that? And it's because they value something more than something else. San Francisco might have better job opportunities for them, but it doesn't have community, and that's what matters more to them. So algorithmically, what we did was we actually figured out what they cared about more. Was it community? Was it identity? Was it ease of like the living standard of that city? Was it economic opportunity? What was it? And then we added automatically a multiplier on that. And so whatever was most important to them was multiplied for X algorithm so that the decision would factor that into where they were being located. So here's my suggestion for you, is you take why it matters, find that data, create that data actually, create that data, yes, and then associate the importance of it and remake some of your predictive models around that. Because here you have a pure example of good data that is taught to an algorithm but is completely incomplete. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Awesome.
Now, what other examples you said about the token? What are ridiculous examples that you fit into an AI system that gives you very ridiculous results?
We've tried a few in the healthcare system. I think when you're trying to get a sense of urgency or trying to help a hospital make decisions on patients and when to see patients, or what factors why they might see a patient, what type of specialist to send them to, we've tested a few open sourced models, and some of those decisions are very flawed. But again, the people that are designing these algorithms do not understand personal pain spectrums, right? And so one of the flaws in being able to predict how fast you should see a patient is you don't know, like, it hurts a lot, but it hurts a lot relative to what? What hurts a lot to me, someone that has a higher or lower pain tolerance, it might be a bigger emergency, it's just that they feel less pain. And so how do you quantify or make a decision around something that is intended to be uniform or consistent? And so when you start to think about that, you need to factor in personal, humane experiences in order to be able to make a better decision. This one's still an experimentation ongoing, so TBD on whether we succeed or not. But this is something that constantly highlights to me an example of how we might have great data bases, data sets, data points, but they're so incomplete and they lack humanity, and so at the end of the day, the decision is compromised. And so as you sort of each go back to whatever it is that you're doing in this space or trying to do in this space, think about where humaneness comes into the technology, where your data sets might be incomplete because there's a lack of humaneness in these data sets, and figure out how to quantify or create a model around that. It's the best advice I can give you right now on stage, but I'm also going to be off stage, and I'm like the easiest person at this conference to find. So if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm very happy to answer them. And I think that's time. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, next session is for 3 p.m. Thank you.
اوكي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. جميل انه نحن نشوف young generation in the room. So I'm pleased to have you, and I hope this session will be useful and beneficiary. So I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to come here and present. I would like to introduce you to WHO guidance on regulations, ethics, and governance. These are the core cross-cutting, topics relevant to AI for health in particular. And it was very important to address them at a global level. Now, I have three main key messages that I would love to deliver today. First, through the digital in today's global digital health landscape, WHO plays have a very unique leadership position through the exercise of, the normative function. And through that normative function, WHO actually provides important guidance that can help address pressing challenges at the global level where there is a gap and no one is filling the global need. It has a global impact, but still it's important at the local level in countries. Finally, I would like to give a call to everyone in this session to really help us shape the way forward together, whether private sector, whether government, whether developer or academic. We all need, everyone plays a great role, and there is a room for everyone to really help shape the future of artificial intelligence for health. Now let's start with the normative function. Back in 2005, the WHO, through their the eHealth World Health Assembly, through the eHealth resolution on eHealth, the countries has really encouraged countries to consider drawing up on strategic planning of eHealth. So eHealth, the need for thinking strategically about eHealth started back in 2005. Now, after that, in 2013, the World Health Assembly has actually urged countries through the eHealth standardization and interoperability resolution to really creating policies and legislation to govern eHealth in that space. And in 2018, not long ago, the World Health Assembly has actually requested WHO Director General to work with countries on building or creating a global strategy on digital health to really be the leader in that space and help them shape the digital health strategy nationally and also at the global level. Now, for 2 whole years, the WHO has been working on establishing, writing, drafting with member states such global strategy, and in 2020 this global strategy has been approved by the 194 member states and it's been adopted. Now I'll give you just a very quick overview of what it envisions. It really cares about improving health for everyone, everywhere. And this is to meet the needs of related to the health-related sustainable development goals. And it is a very important mission, and it helps promote the appropriate digital health solutions, adoption and development. This global strategy was translated into 6 different languages to meet the needs of the regional offices and member states with different language. We don't want the language to be a barrier. We want to help countries understand the global strategy and implement it. Now, the core message is the strategic objectives delivered by such global strategy. The first one focuses on promoting collaboration and knowledge transfer between countries. Countries should really help transfer knowledge among them. So there are countries that have advanced in one digital health region or area. Other countries are not and lacking behind. So the idea is to really support countries to go ahead and support other with collaboration and take every opportunity possible to share knowledge. The second strategic objective aims to advance the implementation of national digital health strategies. Every country has its own values, context, culture, Every country deserves to develop, adapt, and enforce a strategy that meets those values and culture. So the idea is that WHO can help them implement such national strategies. The third strategic objective is about the governance aspect. So how to make sure that those strategies are delivered. There is a governance mechanism and models available that can help countries govern digital health. And the last strategic objective is about people, because it's all about people and for people. So how can we promote digital health literacy for healthcare workers, for students, for academics, for the healthcare provider, and also for regulators and policymakers? These all need to be aligned when it comes to the different aspects of digital health and how we can build person-centered solutions that can meet the needs of the people who are actually going to benefit from such systems. Now, another, coming from the very same perspective and having a leading role, WHO has partnered with ITU, which is another UN agency focusing on ICT. And WHO focuses on health. So they partnered together to work to create a focus group that focuses mainly on artificial intelligence for health. And that group was established back in 2018, mainly to deliver a framework for guiding artificial intelligence for health. The idea is that it brings together, giving the unique global leadership position and the normative function, it brings medicine, public health, government, regulations, statistics, ethics, and of course, machine learning into one table to discuss the cross-cutting topics that are relevant to artificial intelligence for health. These covers ethics, regulations, requirements specification, the life cycle of software, artificial intelligence-based software, data. What about training, evaluation, scaling up and implementation and adoption of such artificial intelligence models across countries, and also the applications and platforms for such adoption. At the very end of those deliverables, they're trying to address those, provide some guidance to countries, and then those deliverables can be used in specific use cases related to TB, derma, could be outbreaks, cardio, diabetes, depending on the country's need and priorities. But these can be used and available for everyone, any stakeholder in that space. Now, this brings me to the main topics of area of interest that we're working on globally. It is about food safety and food security. It's about medical devices, and these are all around AI applications. Medical devices, about aging, TB, public health surveillance, traditional medicine, which is a new one we're working on. Also about knowledge transfer and training using artificial intelligence models. Pandemic, of course, preparedness, and many others. But I would like to give you an example here that demonstrates how artificial intelligence has made a difference in cervical cancer. Now, in Southern Africa, the cost of screening and diagnosis is around $100. 300 riyal? Well, roughly 400 riyal. So 400 Saudi riyals. The idea is that cervical cancer can be prevented if it was detected early on, completely prevented, or at least signs or symptoms related to cervical cancer. The idea is that such screening is very costly. It takes time because it requires healthcare professionals. With artificial intelligence, this price dropped under $1. 3 ريال 4 ريال. So, which is a massive drop in cost because of the use of artificial intelligence. And this is when it made a difference in detecting it as early, because you don't require the timeline and the effort needed. Also, it doesn't really cost much. And at the end of the day, it saves lives. And that's the main mission and cause. So this is cervical cancer, and a lot of differences that actually artificial intelligence is making in these spaces or areas. Now, I'll come to the normative guidance. We work on several ones. I'm going to talk about 3 main ones: ethics, governance, and regulations. And there are publications available online for you to access if you're interested in reading more about those guidance. Now, The first one is the ethics and governance for 12 months, and with 20 experts, where they actually convened and they worked on identifying several challenges, key pressing challenges, issues related to ethics and governance in the artificial intelligence for health space. They reached a consensus regarding core principles, and then they recommended 47 set of recommendations that can help really address those questions and pressing needs. There is also a checklist available in that guidance where developers can really know how they can actually implement such guidance. These are the challenges that they addressed, and the challenges were the core questions. We don't always need to use artificial intelligence, so when should we use it? And what is the purpose? Does it serve the purpose? How about the data? Is data enough to conduct artificial intelligence? So these are the core questions that need to be asked before actually developing any artificial intelligence solutions or programs available. And also challenges around risks, safety, cybersecurity, bias, which is a main concern for a lot of countries and communities, also autonomous decision-making, and so forth. So these were the challenges that they addressed in the guidance. And these are the 6 main principles they identified and outlined as the core for this, how artificial intelligence ethically should be implemented and promoted. First, it has to protect autonomy. The user and the stakeholder should always be in full control of the healthcare system. So the artificial intelligence device or solution should be empowering, but it should not replace the person and should not take control. Second, it should promote for human well-being. It should not be harmful, and that's a core principle. Third, it should ensure transparency and also explainability, meaning that it has to be understood, has to be clear how it's used and how it's developed, and understand what it's supposed to do. The fourth principle is fostering responsibility and accountability. An artificial intelligence software can do something, but at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the stakeholder and the responsibility of the user to make sure that those tasks were performed to meet the intended use. And they need to make sure that they train the people who are actually using such systems and make sure that they evaluate and assess it from time to time. The fifth principle is about ensuring inclusiveness and equity. Now, some countries are very advanced, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the speech. Others are not. The idea is that it should not be biased to countries who are able to develop those models, artificial intelligence solutions or models or software. However, it should really be, it should include and cover others in different areas with low income and middle income countries specifically. And all those communities are not considered in the trials, in the training, and then the data set. So it really, we promote inclusiveness and equity. Last but not least, is about the responsive and sustainability. These artificial intelligence models need to be maintained and assessed from time to time for sustainability reasons. Part of that, they come up with measures for ethical use in relation to legal, regulatory, and non-legal ones. Also, they identified areas of governance, and they recommended, they have 47 recommendations as part of that to the stakeholders. And to support member states to implement this guidance, we have established or created an online course available for anyone for free. It has several modules, and it's available on that link to help implement that specific guidance. So it's not only about providing a set of pages with details, it's about really helping them have a hands-on experience with how to implement such guidance. And the main audience is member states, all stakeholders in member states. And it really helps continue the participation and support for the focus group. And every deliverable will have, the major ones will have online courses created in a WHO website to help really implement the guidance. Because at the end of the day, WHO can put all resources available, but if we don't work together on actually implementing it, we're not going to make that difference. So the second, or the third, I would say, is the regulatory consideration document or publication or guidance. the main idea is to create dialogue. Now, regulators and developers, normally they don't speak. They don't have the right language. Even terms are misinterpreted. So how can we create a dialogue that can really bridge that gap and help them speak together? And although it is not meant as a guidance, regulation, or a policy, but those will be considerations for member states whenever they want to regulate artificial intelligence solutions. When we brought together the 70 plus members of the focus group, they identified 6 main topic areas because we needed to start somewhere. We couldn't get an inclusive list because it's very hard to have it in one document, and such document needs to update it from time to time because this space changes all the time. So we needed to start somewhere. We started with those 7 different topic areas that are very core to regulations and development of artificial intelligence for health solutions. First is about transparency and documentation. How can you make sure that the developers can really communicate the intended purpose of such solutions when they submit it to regulators who are actually going to regulate it, to get it verified? So how to document and how to make sure there is transparency throughout. Second is about risk management. There are a lot of risks related to artificial intelligence. How can we mitigate and manage such risks during the development for the artificial intelligence system and life cycle? The third is about how we validate such solutions from a regulatory consideration perspective, and also what about the quality of data? What do we need to have there in terms of quality that can make sure that this artificial intelligence solution is actually safe and effective? Apologies. The 5th topic is about engagement and collaboration. We're talking here about a global space. And we understand that artificial intelligence requires data, sharing, collaboration. Between countries and member states. So how can we make sure that we engage everyone who's related in that space and help them collaborate and build shared platforms for data, for data sharing and artificial intelligence solutions. Last but not least, it's a very important topic about privacy and data protection. And it's very important to consider the legal aspects as well as the regulatory aspects of artificial intelligence for health. Now, I'm not going to go through them all. This publication will be available hopefully at the end of the year for everyone to use, and we're going to develop an online course for it as well. But today I would like to give you an example of how we thought about one of them, one of the topic areas, which is privacy and data protection. So when we started, we wanted to understand how we can nurture development of strategies in resource-limited settings specifically. And this relates to the legal, also practical, and the legislative aspects of artificial intelligence implementation. And the other thing that we need to really consider and think about when we were drafting this publication is what is the data, or what needs to be protected, and how that needs to be protected. And as part of the landscaping, we found there were 130 different legislations, laws available for artificial intelligence for health across the regional offices. And that's extremely intense in terms of compliance with artificial intelligence solutions that are actually cross-jurisdictional. And I know this is a challenge for a lot of people when dealing with artificial intelligence solutions that are across jurisdictions. So, as part of the recommendations relevant to this particular topic area, we recommended that developers should consider privacy and data protection during the design. So it's not an aftermath. It should be really considered at the early stages of the development of the AI solution and system. Also to consider gaining a good understanding of the applicable data protection regulations. Regulations changes, and whenever they are applicable to the jurisdiction, they need to really be aware and understand the needs of such data protection regulations. And also the compliance program to address risks and privacy and other associated risks relevant to the artificial intelligence system. So this is just a sample of the recommendations we're providing for the upcoming publication. Now, I want to end the session with a call. I want to call you all, whether you're developers, whether you're a private sector, public sector. We would like to work together and pave the way forward for artificial intelligence for health. And so we're creating a global artificial intelligence for health initiative that will involve and has room for everyone. There is a change that can be made. And there are three main functions for this global initiative. First is the enabler function, or to enable, to bring those normative guidance, the standards, the framework. Every country has their own. Let's bring them together, bring the ethics and regulations and governance models that different countries are using. Also, any research, data sharing, we need to come together, bring the experts, and also enable or facilitate the sharing among us, the training and the collaboration and cooperation, and also fundraising to move forward in that space. And also to implement it and to help member states implement it in real world and have those artificial intelligence model really adopted, sustained, and implemented today. The idea or the governance structure of such global initiative, we're suggesting having a steering committee. Now, this global one has a lot of stakeholders involved, and so we're including the World Intellectual Property Organization in this particular initiative to make sure that we maintain intellectual property. Everyone who's involved there needs to protect their IP, so we're really considering that, and we're partnering with WIPO as well. So the steering committee would be the United Nations sister agency as senior members, and then we have the associated committee or associated members, and informal expert groups who are people who are experts in this domain, bringing all the stakeholders together as partners as well. And there is a room for you regardless of what your interest is, and as a stakeholder in this ecosystem. And this could be managed by a joint secretariat between the WHO, ITU, and associate members as well. So we all believe, we firmly believe as WHO members that technology can really help play a great role in health coverage. And so we really can't do it alone. We put the resources out there, we make the effort, we work with member states and people representing those regions, but at the end of the day, we cannot do it alone. And so let's do it together and collaborate in this global initiative to shape the way forward for artificial intelligence for health. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I think we have time for a few questions. So any questions from anyone? Okay. Thank you for, yes, we have one question here.
Thank you so much for your amazing talk. My question is, from the World Health Organization perspective, how do you see the kingdom, or what is the role of the kingdom within the different initiatives that you're working on currently?
Thank you very much. Now, Saudi Arabia, like any other country, has a role and can really benefit, but from my experience with Saudi Arabia, they're actually playing a role in leading this at the national and the regional space. So just to give you an example, yesterday we had a meeting with the Ministry of Health, with the Digital Health Center of Excellence, to help Saudi Arabia provide healthcare services to other countries, remotely using telehealth, using the Saha virtual hospital. And Saudi Arabia has been played a massive role in really promoting for digital health and giving us the resources that they have to help other countries. They didn't ask anything in return, but this is the kind of role that we see. Now, for the resources available, we're making it available to stakeholders within Saudi Arabia. They adopt such guidance, they adapt it to their needs, and they can use it with their research. And such research can be available to other countries if they wish to collaborate with us and bring those resources forward. We're happy to be the platform that facilitates that sharing and make your work available to the world and help you benefit from other people's work as well. So it's a two-way sharing, whether it's Saudi, Egypt, Somalia, it doesn't matter which region it is, it doesn't matter which country. We really serve the world, not only the 194 countries, and we're really happy to have you on board because you're a very important element in that, whether, regardless of what your role is today in the community. So thank you very much. Any other questions that we can take? Thank you.